dumpster, unless you're going to say psych at some point in all of this.
What's self-preservation?
And how did you survive this long?
Okay, if you were to put Martini Marker Light in 40k in the garb of an Imperial Guardsman, he would be perfect in the role. That's Martini. He's just an Imperial Guardsman, basically.
Alicia, let me put this away. You'll understand.
No, he's not an Imperial Guardsman. He didn't die the first episode.
That means he's a good Guardsman.
In relation to the all guardsman party, who would he be equivalent to?
Not sure. I haven't actually watched or read the all guardsman party.
I think he would be a weapons specialist, but yeah, I think that's what he would be.
No, he's definitely a mostly melee-oriented character, even though his melee weapons do pretty much jack all compared to other members of the party.
Actually, here's an idea. I want to put in the art suggestion thing somebody doing the traitor meme at Martini. Who should be yelling that?
Chifundo.
No, not
okay.
So I'm not saying that I plan on commissioning someone drawing Sunfire doing the traitor meme now, but I might be planning that now.
How are you doing, Cinder?
Kill me. I'm at work. Kill me.
Anyway, if it makes everybody feel better, Martini got stabbed by Nugget.
Ooh. I got that to look forward to then.
That would have been inside RP. That's not something you'll see on the stream.
Oh,
No.
sad panda.
Oh, yay. Nugget finally got her stabbing bad.
Yay!
I'm not the only one who keeps getting shanked by a small.
Oh, wait, Nugget got her skank shank badge? Yay!
Like, I can just say that flat out and nobody will question it. It doesn't even matter if it was inside RP. It was fully expected to happen. Eventually.
Please tell me it was right in the kidney.
No. No, the knife broke.
Oh, sad panda, you could have got a cybernetic kidney for yourself.
He doesn't need a cybernetic kidney. He's probably going to get a cybernetic eye to replace the one that's got chemical damage. And he already has a cyber...
Oh,
Hold
yeah, the
on,
one that
hold
he
on.
got bird shit in, wasn't it?
You said that the knife broke. Did she try to stab you in the head, but it was just too dang thick?
No, she tried to stab him in his chiseled abs.
Oh, wait,
One was wearing armor.
She actually stabbed through the rat hole. So, yeah. Blame Sunrise's inability to make armor that can hold up to a rat. That got her attention.
Hi, Dacho.
How you get stabbed.
Here.
Hello.
I just
Hello.
sat down.
Hello.
So
Good news. Nugget finally got her stabbing bad.
what?
Martini was
Nugget got
telling
her
us how
skank
Nugget...
shank badge.
Yes.
She shanked the skank.
I won't tell you.
Wake up.
Which leg? Because
I won't tell you.
She should only receive her badge if it's the fifth one.
I won't tell you where or when it happened, only that it happened at some time in the very recent state of the stream.
Okay.
I'll let you guys try and figure out when it happened. Have fun.
I'm gonna put money on literally on site before he realized she was there. Because
No.
Nugget is amazing.
My money's on while being face huggered by Twitty.
He hasn't encountered the Twitty yet, aside from, spotting the Twitty once while Twitty was talking to Mountain, and then just going, no. That was about the same time that he had to more or less bull rush away from there holding Chifundo while Buttered Toast somehow flew.
Okay then. I did not expect the stream to have me requiring an adult almost immediately.
Come on, Faye. Shouldn't surprise you with this up by this point.
Oh no, it does on a regular basis. I thought
It could be worse.
I thought I saw Sophie in here for a second.
She was. Very shortly.
She did come in, say goodnight, and leave before I even realized that she was here.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, cunt.
One.
True love.
Wait for it. Because someone will message her, hey, Ren, I just told you good night, cunt, and, literally the act of summoning the ginger will occur. Anyway, hi, Jam and Craft and Brony. Hello, Fraser. Hi, Chris. Yes, I sound tired. I was woken at 8 a.m. to the sound of pop, 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 and went, those are flashbangs.
A 5th day in a row.
Yeah, 5th day in a row. Anyway, thank you for the host, Stay Brony, Pony Chick, Fraser, and Chris. James and Pony Chick, thank you guys for the resubs. James, I'm going to give you an extra highlight for that one because you've been a tier 3 sub for 21 months. I don't know why. I don't know what I do, but thank you. Also, Greek Coyote, thank you for joining Patreon with $25 pledge. I need to now go do your things for your $25 pledge. First, I have 3 announcements. One of which you're not going to like, and one of which some of you may very well hate me for.
Wait, what?
So, I will wait for some more people to filter in here before I start making some announcements. To make sure everyone hears it, I only have to say it once. Also, thank you, Snips. Because I don't want to have to repeat myself over and over again over the course of the stream. I want to talk about this one time and be done. 4. I have 4 announcements.
So the bad one on a scale of 1 to 10, at just how bad we talking?
Something outside of my usual wheelhouse.
Ooh, this is concerning. Hopefully everything's okay. Also, Highlands Abbey.
Hello.
Islands Abbey.
Hi, Fee.
How are you?
Evening.
Hope you're settling in fairly well.
Other than the flashbangs 11 blocks away,
Evening.
yes.
Oh, joy.
You'll get used to it.
Oh, I used to live in a rough part of Atlanta where I'd hear gunfights every night.
No, you don't get used to flashbangs. That's kind of the point.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, I don't have to get used to it, and I'll talk about this in a minute. But it's resolved in such a way that me getting used to it is not something that's required, because no one should have to get used to flashbangs unless you're on a SWAT team.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um, anyway, how's everybody else doing?
Sweltering.
Eh, getting by.
Somebody brought me a plate of Sicilian pizza, and I have no idea what I'm staring at.
You're staring at the actual pizza they have in Italy. If you go to Italy and you order
I
pizza,
don't understand.
If you go to Italy and you order pizza, it comes to you Sicilian style because that's what they actually cook for pizza.
Or a deep dish.
No, Italy does not cook deep dish. Deep dish is strictly an American thing.
Well,
You
they-
can't
Chicago.
even get deep dish in England. They don't serve it.
you get what's called the priazzo. It's like a little pie. It's like a pot pie, but it's weird.
Yes, and they
Strange.
eat that with a fork.
Yeah, they do. It's strange.
The world is weird.
People are weird.
Mm. But yeah. Sicilian was never my favorite kind of pizza. I preferred the thinner crust pizza, the Napolitano.
I like a nice thin crust with that it gets nice and crispy.
Mm.
One moment, everyone. Anyway.
So, other than the flashbangs, how are you holding up, Faye?
I am just glad this is my last day of isolation.
Ooh, nice.
This is the
Excellent.
responsible thing. If you do traveling, when you get home, you isolate yourself from all your roommates and friends until you're sure. The responsible thing sucks, but you should do it.
So, how goes the BattleTech game with your roommate?
Well, so far, we've had a Warhammer hit a landmine. We've had an enemy Warhammer hit a landmine, blow his hip actuator, fall down, tear his own leg off in the process of falling down, and then when he tried to claw away, he hit another landmine, which went on full body chart, which blew his head off.
The army of Fiaura has a new officer.
We've had a Locust who was the most determined boy ever, who managed to bank himself in the head 5 freaking times without knocking himself unconscious because he couldn't fucking stand up. And then when he finally did stand up, he managed to actually get away.
Nice.
I believe he was let free, though, out of respect.
The most determined boy. What's his concussion rating? He ain't sleeping for like 3 days.
What's his concussion rating? Yes. Like, yes, he has a concussion, or no, just yes. His life is concussion now.
His life expectancy is concussion.
Well, darn. Ah. I've had concussions before. They're weird.
Yeah, they kind of really suck.
Especially when they make you puke.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the head hurts. The throbbing. And they won't let you fall asleep. You're not allowed to sleep.
Yeah, because worry that you ain't gonna wake back up.
Yeah.
Hey, comas are fun! Also, death.
Spitty!
Hi.
I told you. I told you.
What?
I told you. All I had to say was good night, cunt, and she would show up.
No, my fucking internet shut down for about 10 minutes. I'm here to tell you I'm going to fuck to sleep, and if you don't like it, you can smash your head up against the wall like you Southerners do for anything that's remotely emotional or economical. So,
Hey, Sophie.
Wow.
Hey, Sophie.
Yes.
Hey, Sophie.
What?
Hey, Sophie.
What?
Hey, Sophie.
What?
NASCAR banned the Confederate flag. I can watch
Yeah.
NASCAR again.
I know.
Hell has frozen over.
I love you. I need to go to bed. I literally stayed up for my Wi-Fi to come back. Love you, Renna.
Go to sleep, Sophie.
Go to bed. Good night, sweetie.
It's gotten to the point down in hell where demons are wearing parkas for the first time ever.
What are you talking about? They started to freeze to death. Have you tried shipping that many parkas down to hell before? Oh, it's not like just throwing them in a hole. No, there's transportation and logistics and...
And to be fair, Wisconsin already has a significant quantity of parkas, so what are you talking about?
All we got to do is travel to Wisconsin and steal all of the parkas they can steal.
No. Wisconsin is literally hell. Literally anything you're...
Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Even a note?
Good evening.
Hello.
Hey.
You get to enjoy my drive home.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Woo!
So things last day in isolation, all right? Get out and break free tomorrow, yes.
Well, tomorrow I'm going to, actually put my room together, bring the desk in here, assemble everything else. Hopefully the other part of the beanbag arrives and we can figure out something to prop it just far enough off the floor that it can serve as my regular chair. I'll actually go move the rest of my shit into my room and move the rest of my merch stuff out of the way of everybody. And then Friday I will mail all of my back orders. Anyway. I'm also working on a MechWarrior 5 review.
Okay.
It's not glowing.
Didn't expect it to be.
I do believe that I intend to add a joke in there of adding to the list of things that Amaris ruined, MechWarrior 5. And if you get that reference, congratulations, you understand Battletech.
Otherwise, stick around, because this is going to be educational.
Well, be happy to be educated. Anytime I can learn something, it's a good day.
If you don't get it, let me point you to a couple videos done by the Black Pants Legion.
Okay.
Anyway, you may have anything else important happening in your lives?
I have to put up a new deck.
Oh, fun.
The old one has collapsed.
Bad.
Bad enough. We have just like the one walkway from the door to the steps, and to the left of it is down.
Oh. Down isn't down, and you will not be getting me back up without scrapes and scratches. And,
If I make a if I make a misstep, I'm probably going to break a leg.
Have fun, don't die. If you break a leg, make sure to tear it off and turn it into barbecue.
It's my legs are big enough to feed a family of 4 for a week. I'm not kidding. They're big. I built up my muscles years ago. Bike riding and 1,000-pound lifts.
wow. That's impressive.
That do it.
Mm-hmm.
So, Dodgy, how'd you enjoy your little mini hurricane yesterday?
My what?
Your little mini hurricane, the remnants of Tropical Storm Cristobal, that rained all in Wisconsin the entire day.
Oh, you mean the thing that I completely ignored by being asleep 90% of the day?
You know, I like to pretend that Chris...
Warning! Warning! Stream tip overload. All hands, prepare for exploded broken Fiaura in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Detonation imminent.
Payday for you and Moon.
A couple of days around here, it's been like freaking summer. It's like there's always be like spring. What the fuck is that?
Whoops! I did it again.
Zombie, are you sure that's not one too many zeros?
$1,000? No, that's not incorrect.
Are you sure that's not one too many? That's.
I'm making sure Moon gets a nice chunk of pay too.
That's a comma, right? Not a decimal point. I'm not reading this incorrectly right now.
Probably a decimal point.
You're looking at a $1,000 drop. Yes.
Okay.
That is on. I am meaning it. It's not as big. Hey, it's not as big as the 2K drop I did that day. Hey.
I want you to understand that while thank you, I just need to confirm you're okay with that. Knowing I might make an announcement today that some people might be very upset with me for.
Ooh. I'm still okay with it.
Okay.
I mean, I know Moon also gets paid from this.
Yes, he does. But I'm just, my heart went from 50 to 70 beats a minute, so, you know.
You're handling it well. You're handling it bloody well.
I'm handling it bloody well because I've been in absolute isolation for so many days that the only thing I've really had to do is play Battletech through Roll20 and a camera set up in the other room displaying the table for me and meditate.
Nice.
That's basically all I've done for 4 days.
Well,
that sounds absolutely dreadful. It was probably good the first 2 days, like when this is getting old really fast.
Oh no! It's been I've had a very wonderful time with Cinder and Dirge. I hope once I'm out of isolation that Snips will join us. And doesn't mind that we're probably going, and he's probably going to die a few times before he gets used to how characters work.
I mean, I haven't died yet. This is my first time playing.
The
and again, I'm in the back. So, you know. You know what? Never mind. I'm not going to say anything else.
Miss Commander of the unit. Sure, you're in the back.
Yeah, with the missiles.
In the back with the missiles.
You know, you're right. I should get more missiles.
All the LRMs?
More LRMs.
Fine, we'll find you a longbow.
I mean, we do have an LRM carrier. I could use a pet.
It's very simple. You're in the rear with the gear, and that could have so many meanings.
That's a triple entendre. That's a triple entendre there.
Okay, so now I'm curious. Cinder, what mech are you piloting?
A dervish.
Okay.
Specifically an SLDF era dervish. So it has... Oh, I've got the sheet right here. 2 LRM-15s, 2 medium lasers, 2 SRM2s, an XL fusion engine, and enough ammunition to keep the LRM-15s going for a fun-filled night of friendship. Oh, and case, so I don't... Oh, and case, so I'm not visible from orbit if I get shot.
They moved me from an SLDF Griffin to a Warhammer.
It was the same Warhammer that tripped and got its head blown off.
Let me also explain that because Locusts have the same manufacturer as the Warhammer, do the math on that one. The same people who make one of the most disposable mechs that it's just there to have an excuse to say you have a battle mech, also make one of the few mechs that everyone's like, I really want one of those. So because they make the same thing, turns out that means turns out that means you can take 2 Locust heads, tear them apart, and fabricate them back together as a Warhammer head.
You kill it, you buy it.
So yeah, that's a thing. Anyway, so they just basically took me from having 1 PPC to having 2.
Don't know what that means, but it sounds good.
It's death on an unimaginable scale.
PPC means particle projection cannon. The closest description is bandmade lightning that they fling at you as a ball.
So more DACA, basically.
Zappy.
These things are tank killers.
Zappy zap, but yeah.
Those things will kill tanks and or entire mechs.
Anyway, alright, I suppose...
They're what we call a head chopper weapon. In that if you hit the head, you can kill most things in one shot.
Check. I suppose enough people are here. So, 3 announcements. First off, the scarves have arrived. I'm actually wearing it for the stream. They will be mailed out on Friday. I'm sorry this took so fucking long. But there were issues getting them here. From
I thought
you
said 4.
Yes. So that's the first thing, is the scarves have arrived. I'm actually wearing one. I'll let you guys see it in a minute. Second announcement. This is where we start things that you're probably not going to enjoy. Because of various circumstances that have effectively made me unable to write, between moving and the isolation and everything else that have made it where writing is not something I particularly am wanting to do, we will not make Book 3 by Everfree. There is simply no way to make it and deliver the same level of quality that I would want to deliver that happened for Books 1 and 2. So I could either do a rush job, or I could stop and go, okay, it's just not going to happen. As a matter of fact, most of us are waiting for Everfree to announce that they're not going to be having the convention this year. But that's a side note all to itself. If they do have the convention, wonderful. Regardless if they have the convention or not, I do have something special that will be shown tonight. And it will not actually be put anywhere else until Everfree Northwest. So you're all getting a very special treat if you stick around tonight. Just before we start, we're going to have a very special treat for all of you. That so far only about 10 people have actually seen.
Ooh.
Come in.
But it could be.
The next thing is I am working on a Battletech video for the development of battle mechs. This has been a project I've wanted to do for a little bit. It's been a very difficult project. Cinder, get in here and get your stuff. I'm wearing a mask. I put it on so that she could come in here for a minute. The project is to develop a video to determine how difficult it would be to build a battle mech. Not if it's viable in combat, that's completely irrelevant and a completely different topic. No, I just want to see if I can put one together.
Oh, so this is just for the manufacturing capabilities
the
of
part
it.
that has been figuring out fusion engines and neuro helmets. Myanmar, I think I've got figured out, but I want to see if we can, like, the weapon systems. I'm pretty sure we can do that, most of them anyway. Particle projection cannons kind of got me a little stumped, but maybe not for long. The fusion reactor and the neuro helmet have been the difficult parts. And the objective is for it to be a positive science video where it's, yes, we can do the thing, here's how, which has been the bulk of the research. No, Chris, book 3 is still coming out. It's just not coming out on the first weekend of August. So it will be a little longer before I get it done. The last thing is the thing that some of you, and if you hate me for this, well, fuck you. I'm kind of with the protesters right now, completely and utterly, and I also have studied various philosophers over the course of my life. And one that has particularly stuck to me that rings really true is that those of you who sit on the sidelines are complicit with your inaction. And I have had some really long and deep thought about this. I disconnected myself from social media as of Saturday and kept myself disconnected till yesterday. Fuck Nazis. Fuck racists.
Agreed.
I don't agree with wanton destruction of anything, but at the same time, I agree less with the police murdering people. So, to that effect, the riots are a grim necessity. I understand some people will be hurt by them. I understand some people's businesses will be destroyed by them. And I'm okay with that. Because until you stop murdering people, it needs to happen. I have seen protests in this country be ignored for 5 years straight. If you ignore protesters, they turn into rioters. This is a natural progression of things. This is one of the reasons why I cut off social media, as people were asking me as a scientist what I thought was going to happen over and over again. Here's how this works. People get upset. You ignore them being upset, they start protesting. You ignore them protesting, they start rioting. If you ignore the riots and do not implement proper reform, it leads to some very dangerous places called revolutions.
Welcome, son.
So that much said, the riots are in fact necessary. The burning of businesses, the destruction of police property, the annihilation of government institutions via angry dissidents throwing Molotov cocktails is completely necessary. I don't know the full story of everything that's going on, but so long as these people want to protest being murdered, I stand with them. Period. There, you have my unbiased stated opinion. I put it on Twitter now. Stop asking me.
Well said.
Okay.
Well said.
Well said.
Indeed.
Yeah, as MT said, JFK in 1962. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violence revolution an inevitability.
So, as much as I try to remain apolitical and remain a space where we can put down religion and politics and all come together and talk, I also understand that in a time like this, remaining on the sidelines implies complicity. So therefore, I cannot remain on the sidelines, otherwise I am being complicit in the murder of others, and that seems wrong. Also, over the course of my life, I have seen hundreds of people who had the ability to do something do nothing. And to me, when you have the ability to step in and do something without hurting yourself, you should do it. If you have power and you don't exercise your power for the good of others, you are fucking everyone who you're not exercising your power for. It's that simple.
Amen.
This comes from 8.5 years, almost 9 years of philosophical study of things like sociology and human communication. I have read philosophers of Nietzsche. I have read philosophers of Sun Tzu. I have read philosophers of Confucius. I have read a bunch of people, anyone from Karl Marx to John F. Kennedy, as a philosophical endeavor. Understand that Many of them are correct. If you have the power and you do not act, you are complicit. And this is just where I'm going to stand on the matter. So if you hate me for it, bye. Nice knowing you. If I can't make money here anymore, that's fine. I'll figure something else out. If Linzabi wants a refund, I will give him one.
Oh, hell no. You're lining up with my views anyway.
So understand that there is a channel called Orc Talk where everything goes. Moderators are not allowed to say anything, and you're not allowed to do personal attacks here on my Discord. You can have your full political discourse in there and go back and forth all day long. However, also this means that I will no longer tolerate anyone advocating for inequality, period. Sorry. If you find that wrong, if you're one of my moderators and you find that that oversteps the line, I'm sorry. But I've had some time to think about this and meditate on it and just be alone by myself and make this decision. Understand that no one has talked to me about this decision, no one has come to me about this decision, and I know I'm hitting my moderators from left field. So I understand if you wish to resign, and I understand if you wish to no longer be a moderator for me. Anyway, that's everything. That's all 4 things. The book's delayed, I have the scarves, fuck racists, and there was a 4th thing. Oh, I have a very special video for you guys that will be debuting just before we start the actual RPG stream tonight.
Ooh.
Nice.
What is it? A new Torpedo Beats?
No. Though that would be pretty hilarious if I actually had that. No, it's not a new Torpedo Beats. It's something entirely different. It's something also that I'm going to say the patrons are the people who are responsible for paying for it. The total cost of this project that you're going to see just before the stream starts is $685.
Ooh.
Between software that was required, the artists in question, and the people who did all the work, it cost just under $700.
Wait, is this the animation?
Shush.
No, maybe, I don't know. It's a thing.
Why don't you wait until she debuts the vid?
True.
But it won't actually.
I just remember
it won't actually be. This is the only time it will be viewable. It will actually be edited out of the repost. So if you're watching this because you missed Wednesday night, guess what? I'm not sorry.
because I just remember Fee's talked before about trying to do animation on something. Just has me intrigued. That's all.
You should have been here.
Bad chosen.
Aww.
Perhaps the chosen with a newspaper.
It's fine. You've got the 4-winged hippogriff. You're fine.
Your doom will be inevitable.
What doom is this now?
What?
I don't know. Fucking draw cards. At this point, take your pick.
Okay, you know what? That's fair. I would just literally have to draw. I have to have like a 52 card deck at this point and just start going through it.
At this point, we're gonna run out of cards. I don't know what happens in this game if we do that.
All right.
Is that when we finally get world peace?
Mmm.
Or do we need to eat the rich first?
Oh, jeez. Do you think they taste good?
Probably.
I never said that. Why do you think I don't want to do it?
I mean, we could always just feed the rich to the cows and pigs.
I mean, if you marinate the meat enough, I'm sure it'll taste fine eventually.
No. Never feed flesh to cows. You get mad cow that way.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like, what if the cow's diabetes like
so
that?
You know what? 2020 would also be the year of the century long wait for the next great shark migration.
He's right.
And I'm not wrong, because they've already spotted 37 great whites off of the coast of California, and it's just the start of their migration season, so they're looking at maybe 500 to 1,000 sharks. We're looking at the same conditions that caused the 1910 shark attacks in New Jersey.
Oh, it's the 2-year mating time. Oh shit.
No, it's the 100-year occasion when all of the different sharks have the same mating season.
Oh shit.
Well, it's the end of the world. Grab all the beans you can.
Real life Sharknado, here we come.
Hey, all we need now is a hurricane to hit that area, and we've got Sharknado.
Come in.
Oh yeah, like from that terrible movie.
You know what? In honor of that fee, I'm gonna definitely have to watch Sharktopus versus Whalewolf.
I'm sorry. That's
sounds
a
like a
thing.
hentai.
That sounds like a Mystery Science Theater 3000 movie that you just made up.
No, it's an actual sci-fi movie.
What?
I've got it on Amazon Prime Movies. I can watch the fucking thing. It's crazy.
Yeah, Amazon Prime was trying to push that one on me. I was like, nah, just MASH.
Alright, so...
I forgot that was an actual movie.
While we're waiting...
What's a movie?
So, now, while we're waiting on Moon, I'm going to switch over to the viewing here for you guys, and then Linzabi can do the recap, and then hopefully that will summon the Moon. So...
Woot.
I'm going to turn off all my widgets for this so that you guys can see it in proper definition. So I hope you don't mind. All the widgets are off. And in 3, 2, 1.
As fires burn out from yesterday, a wandering mare's found a better way. For just as night seems most dark, the sunrise comes to warm our hearts. For the ashes of war, through the blood and the gore, a man once more in this world that is torn. A fruit that cannot just be stopped or forgot will rise to overcome all odds. And with every new day through the forest that we play, as we push fear away and remember the ways of a man who was kind and whose words will remind. To
Because I could remember Fee's conversation about this very thing she wanted an animation done for.
So you can all thank WWW for that animation. He's the lead animator. You can also thank Fauna Joy for creating all of the models. The two difficult ones being Sunrise and Alguacil, because she had to make Sunrise shorter than everyone else. And Alguacil's a griffin. That was just a pain in the ass.
Completely custom skeleton and rigging.
The biggest concession we had to make with Alguacil was we did not have the ability. It's not that the program couldn't make him fly, it's that we simply did not have the ability to get the animator to agree to make him fly, because wing flapping in animation like that is apparently ridiculously hard.
Oh god, yes.
So that animation will not be shown again until Everfree Northwest at the earliest, when it will be released. If Everfree doesn't happen, as many of us are beginning to suspect, then we will be showing the animation the weekend of Everfree anyway, as a part of an online convention with Everfree that will probably happen.
Well, it came out wonderfully.
But that is finished and done. I hope you all enjoyed. Now I'm going to flip over to the other server and let Lenzabi, Twitty, recount you with his voice.
Welcome, son.
Later on, y'all.
You got a fair bit to summarize there, Twitty.
Well, got to remind you, I'm a Philly now.
All right, I need an adult.
Too bad there's none here.
The army of Fiaura has a new officer. Welcome, son.
Do I qualify?
What the fuck?
We'll take your request under consideration.
Dude, just who qualified? Adagio just bought 5 people. Subs, thank you for the gift subs, Adagio. Hetty, thank you for 21 months. Everybody, thank you for the biddies.
Welcome, son.
Dreamer Glitch, welcome to the Army of Fiaura. And Adagio, thank you for 21 months. And Ivana, thank you for a total of 20 months, but apparently you missed a month.
I also hit 21 months.
The army of Fiaura has a
Also, what the fuck, Linzabi?
What?
I know you're a rich, loaded mafioso boss now, but come the fuck on, man.
Hey, it was only 1,000.
Be completely fair, Hetty. Right now, I'm financially stable enough that I could match him.
Good for you. I maybe get I maybe pull in 1,000 quid a month.
I asked the same questions, Hetty. So many of the same questions.
I am still keeping it secret how much the gov laid down upon my shoulders to say, I'm sorry we fucked you up.
I mean, that's fair, but still, what the fuck?
No question it.
Welcome to Twitch. Thank you for downloading the app. If the audio and video are cutting in and out, it is definitely your connection, because I'm actually able to watch the stream right now and can tell you that the audio and video are solvent. So that's your connection, or your phone is unable to handle the app. My suggestion would be to open Twitch on a computer if at all possible. In the meantime, Twitty.
Yes.
As much as I'm going to regret this, as much as I might want to cover my own ears, go ahead, tell us what happened last time.
Well, this is my nutshell version, but yes, after the fight was all done.
Moon's not here yet. You better give the long version.
Right. Well, you guys had a fight with all the crazy creatures that came out of the storm into the building. And that was pretty brutal and also a bit dangerous, but you made it through. The party then had more questions of the captives from the Barrel Pone murder society is what I'm calling them, because they tried to murder the party. They also murdered some townfolk, so the townsfolks are pretty fucking mad. They want some justice, and that can get real ugly, mob justice. But I'm still working it. Once it got done and the skies cleared and the crazy storm that does weird things, I forgot to double check. Did those weird bone creatures disappear, or are they still roaming around? That's a good one for Moon to answer once he gets in. But I'm sitting there looking at it, and then Martini shows up. And the townspeople want a piece of Martini. The party wants a piece of Martini. Well, except for Mythic. Mythic's a nice guy. He's a nice boy. He's not going to be mad at Martini so much because he doesn't know him that well.
Are you trying to lump me in with the Lynch Martini party?
I haven't gotten to you yet, Chifundo. Patience.
Only half of them want Martini.
I was unaware we had formed a political movement called Lynch Martini. I support this.
Well, we know that the head of the Lynch Martini Society is Sunrise, because she's
no. The head of it's Nyota.
Oh, well, Nyota would be a lot easier for him to just simply punch him with one shot. I mean, come on. Nyota is one hoof pone.
If we have political parties now. You know what? Screw it. Martini's going off to be the monarchist party again. Bye.
Anyway, while that went on, Chifundo did caution some restraint. I'll give him that. He wasn't ready to just murderate the Martini for being an idiot, which he was again. And this is like, how many times has he been an idiot? Quite a lot of times. But yeah, Daggio and Sunrise are not happy with the performance of Martini betraying the party like that, just for the sake of what might be a relative. That turned out to be the other Red Pegasus that was part of Barrel Pony's party. The Caravanserais got told by Mythic that they were on the kill list or wanted list, and that's a shock to them because they didn't know they did anything wrong. So everybody got screwed.
I thought it was only the party on the bounty list.
It's only the party. Everyone else that would have been caught in the crossfire would have been collateral.
Yeah.
Accident.
Scopolamina is righteously pissed though at the red idiot because the poster for her, the card for her says dead only. They don't want her alive. They wanted her dead. So yeah, that little bit of betrayal and selling them out kinda has soured Mina on that. She's not happy with him. The townsfolk aren't too happy that he was involved with the Barrel Pony group. But there was some burials of dead bodies. And then they came up with an interesting concept. Let's send Martini to Silver Fang and put him under house arrest, under the watch of Sparrow and her mercenaries, and to be checked upon also by Quick Stitch, who is like now one of the town doctors. Good for Daddy. Always good for Daddy.
Don't forget that's only half of them. The other half want him brutally murdered.
Yes, I said they wanted a piece of you. That includes murdering you in very nefarious and horrific ways, which includes dismemberment and tiny little pieces. And maybe burned after that and then buried alive.
I don't recommend buried alive.
I have questions on how that would work, but at the same time, do you know what? I'm not going to ask how you bury pieces of someone alive.
Magic.
I mean, a stasis spell would do it.
See? Ask a shaman.
Wait,
No,
you're asking the shaman who just came up with an arcane solution to the problem? What?
Why not? You came up with it.
No, we're not going to ask the shaman. We're going to ask the GM, because the GM can outdo everyone.
Well, you got to keep in mind here, it's been a few weeks, and things may be a little sketchy here and there. But, yeah, Martini got in a lot of trouble. And now, the party has to figure, and now I'm waiting to see, is Moon here yet?
He's right there.
Awesome. And now the party has to decide what they're going to do. Are they going to continue to hunt for Shadow Window, who does deserve to be hunted down and dealt with? The evil bitch mare that she is. Not sorry, Sunrise, about dissing your mom, but come on. What did she do to you? Nothing nice. Or go and find Barrel Pony's group, or get the Caravanserais back to a safe place that you know is safe, like Silverfang. And Mythic has to ask himself a few questions and then have a chat with the party about such questions. So I'm going to let Moon take it away, and I'm going to go hide before Sunrise decides to pull a shotgun.
Bomb collar.
I don't want it. You can have it. I don't want it.
It's a bomb caller first and foremost. So it would be beep boop, and then kablooey. Second, thank you guys for the biddies. Can I get some? If you're a subscriber, can I get some Fiaura applause in chat for Lanzabi real quick? That's what they look like. It's Bender holding up an applause sign. Third off, Moon.
Yeah, just keep talking. I'm trying to adjust your sound. It sounds like we're having this conversation from about 800 miles away via string hands.
Yes, it's going to sound like that tonight, Moon, because I still haven't been allowed to move all the rest of my stuff into my room because I've been in isolation for 11 days.
No, it's fine. I just needed to boost your sound slightly.
I understand. Just understand my microphone is not sitting in front of me. It's sitting next to me, almost on the floor. It's actually sitting on a suitcase.
I mean, I can't actually use my good headset mic because I still need to weld the thing back together. So I've just been using my webcam mic for a while now.
Do I need to buy you a new headset?
It was a $200 headset. I just need to weld some of the plastic pieces together.
Do I need to buy you a new headset?
I am a welder by trade. I've got this. I just need to.
Don't insult the professional.
Hold on. No. Moon. I want you to do me a favor. I want you just to look at the stream for a second and let me know when you see it.
My favorite part is that it's 333.33%. My favorite number is 3.
So, Moon, do I need to buy you a new headset instead of you having to weld it together? It's not that I'm insulting your welding skill. It's that I'm asking if you really want to go through the trouble.
I don't know. Ask me later. It's the first headphones that have ever been comfortable.
I understand.
Do you have a head that needs helmets special ordered because it's that large? I can't buy a motorcycle helmet off the rack.
No, I understand thoroughly, Moon, because I usually spend any new headset I've bought, I spend between, you can ask Adagio, because he had this lovely experience with me buying a PS2 headset. I spent 3.5 hours doing research on the particular headset to make sure it would serve my needs.
And then tried to pay for it while you were here when I could have done it for you, and did.
You didn't tell me you were paying for it. That was the only reason you got to pay for it.
I mean,
your point being what?
That's usually how those things work.
Yeah.
Shit, I could even either buy you a headset or buy you a welding kit. One or the other or both.
I actually have the welder. My setup is great. I can take my welder, throw it in my car, go anywhere, stick in my inverter, and weld something out of the back of my trunk. It's the sketchiest, most New York thing I've ever
Honestly, dude, with the beard and everything, I expect nothing less from you.
Thank you, guys.
So, Stream, here is the sunrise scarf. It has 4 different sunrises on it, 2 on each side. And basically the entire center is an explosion that leads to a giant stable tech symbol. I almost said Vault Tech, but I remembered it's a horseshoe.
Gott in Himmel, it's so bright out there.
I know, it's fucking amazingly bright. It's like you can wear black now in the middle of the night, and the cars will still fucking see you because of the goddamn scarf.
Yup.
I mean, it looks like somebody is shining a spotlight at your window.
That was kind of the point. I wanted it to be bright as fuck.
Hey, you don't need a PT belt anymore.
Anyway, no, don't do that.
One more thing, Fee. Does the GPU work? It didn't arrive DOA?
It's here. I am installing it tomorrow. I haven't.
Okay.
I haven't installed it yet because I need to have a day where I'm going to be moving the computer around anyway, and I figured I'd install it on that tomorrow when I'm having to move the computer around anyway, and I'm do all the necessary checks that are required to unplug the monster and move it. But if you guys are curious about what my setup has been like for the past 12 weeks, this is my setup. My monitor is literally on the computer tower.
Oh.
This is what isolation looks like when you can't touch your furniture yet.
That is bare bones.
I have a desk
Hey,
in there
Mike.
waiting on me. The beanbag thing is supposed to arrive today or tomorrow, but I have a desk in there waiting on me, and can't bring it in here because that would require people to expose themselves drastically to what could potentially be me infecting them, and we won't know if I'm clean or not until tomorrow. So far, no symptoms, but we have to wait till tomorrow morning to confirm.
Yay.
Hey, Moon.
Anyway, I turn it over to you, Moon, and whatever Snip's horrible question is.
It's not that horribly terrible. I just wanted to know if I should stick around the voice chat.
No, wait, you should name it. You are welcome to if you like. I'm not going to boot you out of there. Just actually stay on mute.
On it.
Yeah, that's why we let Shadow still be in here, is because he's more than welcome to. He just has to stay on mute because his character's technically not dead, and his character technically still does things.
He does. I actually in a couple of the core group session days, I've actually got to go in advance time with him. Yeah, the thing with the stuff going on in the background is that it tends to be a little bit desynced from the time scale that's going on. Not for any one particular reason or another, but largely just due to how my brain works. So yeah, you've actually got a couple more days, and then you will have come circle, and then it will have come to just about even with the amount of downtime and work that has been put into Silverfang. Which reminds me, I still need to update the Silverfang map. It has infrastructure now.
So it's a growing town.
Imagine that. It's a town that evolves and changes over time, like a real town.
I'm causing problems.
Now, how's Daddy causing problems?
Because he's the best doctor.
Is it just me, or am I not seeing the same screen that Fee has up?
It's not just you.
Okay.
Nope.
Yep, same here. What
What do you
there we go.
That's fine. I'll just switch it over to that.
No, I know what's wrong.
They were on the hand-drawn map that was the inside of the building.
No, I know what's wrong. Remember, I created the Roll20 game, so it logs me in as GM before it logs me in as player, and I forgot to relog.
I thought it auto. You can make that command switch over in the side.
I can.
Yeah, it will say switch to player view, and you just don't switch back. It should keep it like that permanently.
It just logs me back. It logs me in as GM every time I turn it on.
That's weird.
Eh. Anyway, it's all yours, man.
I'm just trying to figure out why I'm the modern version of Sindri. And I'm not sure I want answers to that question.
Sindri was one of the two dwarves that forged Mjolnir for Loki.
Right. I'm having an off day. God damn it. Oh, is it off? Sindri.
I will hug you, kiss you, and slap you. Not necessarily in that order.
Cheers to Martini and Quick Stitch meeting in a town growing over time.
Okay.
Well, it looks like the bone dogs are there still.
The what dogs? Oh, yeah, because this map hasn't been updated. I need to keep my... Okay. Please missed a pretty recap, so my brain's not on the same speed. All right. So, hash files.
Hi, this bag of hugs for $5 is hold.
Really unhygienic in the wasteland.
It's a giant pile of dusted bat. Less that it's hygienic and more that you don't want to confuse it with the other dust.
Mina, don't go licking the dust.
They don't want people accidentally doing the lines of bat. That's how you get coke bat. No one wants coke bat. Okay. So I straight up didn't hear the Twitty recap, so if I end up retreading the same ground that he already covered, sorry. Fucking alright, so they were all gonna hit the road. Mystic had gone back into Kumbaya with them. You were doing that.
Really, Fee?
Why are you thick?
Although, Moon, we also have a new Chifundo.
Chifundo was small and cute.
Chifundo got chibied into pony life, and apparently the piece of fan art I have for this week is thick.
I mean, are we sure that's safe for Twitch?
I mean,
it's clothed.
It's clothed. I mean, I could change it. But that's the only piece of fan art I've received recently.
Alright. I woefully misunderstood how much I was going to need to drink tonight.
Welcome back, Moon.
It's
also really hot.
Boss, you're going to need a bigger bottle.
No, I'm just going to go get my mead. It's bitter like my soul.
Oh, damn, you didn't get my Jaws riff.
Meanwhile, Fiance was like, what the fuck already?
So,
Mythic's gonna have a hard time talking.
Completely removing herself from the equation, the smart lass.
Oh, you're finally using that art piece.
I think I'm way more okay with the Chibi Fundo than God.
That ass.
It's
No regrets on my part. I have no regrets for commissioning it.
So, Moon, a really quick, super nutshell recap. I covered the fighting, the storm ending, the fact that Martini came back, got judged, got sent off to Silver Fang for house arrest, and at the party is trying to figure out whether or not to continue looking for Shadow Window, go looking for the Barrel Pony Squad, or what's left of it, etc., or get the Caravaneers to safe ground.
All right, I came in at the tail end.
Pardon me. Trust me, this voice is not easy.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that.
Also, Fee, haven't you had that particular art piece for a while now?
Yes, but I didn't get any fan art while I was traveling, so the nearest piece of fan art I've received recently was that piece. And I was just going down the list, and I'm like, that one's been done, that one's been done, that one's been done. That's the next one. Okay.
I'll keep it coming.
Fair enough.
Like, everything is the fan art folder is ordered by James. Do what?
Or at least a blanket.
I mean, does anybody have Photoshop open? Can we? Oh God, mask. Yes, no. Come in. I'm being ambushed. Why are you? Never mind. Oh my God, you're tracking. The director of my audiobook just came in here wearing a Bull Riot helmet with a gas mask and handed me Ritz.
That was amazing.
That just happened.
Yeah, it was on camera. That was amazing.
Yeah, don't worry. You haven't had the riot team show up to give you booze yet.
I'm sorry, no, if I get swatted again, they owe me free ice cream. I'm literally going to look them dead in the face and go, this is the third time. We're going to Baskin Robbins right now.
You still have the punch card, don't you?
Buried somewhere in amongst my stuff, yes, I have a made-up punch card that needs one more punch to go to Baskin Robbins.
So, Cinder was putting out the Ritz.
Wah, wah. Anyway, the thickness of Sunrise's ass notwithstanding, I'm gonna try and focus away from the hypnotism. I'm not even an ass man either. God damn, it's just fucking magnetic.
Mm-hmm.
No regrets for the commission.
Well, now how am I going to talk to her seriously?
You were trying to talk to her seriously?
What were you doing?
How are you taking her serious?
All right, that's fair.
Here's a fun one. Sunrise is all grown-up MILF with a nice ass in that one. And Chifundo, who was normal size, is now a little chibi thing.
Don't worry, there's more art coming.
Let's just blame Wild Wasteland. Now, if you both had Wild Wasteland, I might just have you switch traits.
That would be
you get short frame, you get short, small frame, and she's normal sized.
And yet, Vaughn, no, if he was to use that one, she would need a drip of alcohol going into her arm.
Yeah.
But it's so cute.
It's adorable.
Anyway, So you had done your read of the dead. You had gotten your tarot reading, which I have almost come up with something. I just don't have it set in stone. But I've been trying to think of a very humorous reading that you might be able to glean one or two pieces from, but will largely set your mind aflame.
Cool.
You critically failed.
That was a rather curious time for it to
I had to resist the urge to not tell you the story plays out exactly like Project Horizons, but everyone is Blackjack.
Oh! So wait, are we talking everybody is Blackjack at different stages on the story, so there's almost conflicting personalities in places?
Well, that, but no, I'm saying someone turned on Gmod and edited out all of the other independent assets, and it's all just, like, all the characters. It's all just like conversation with yourself. So, you know, that we have something almost Black Mirror-ish.
That would kind of be hilarious.
That's okay, because Mina would get to be Blackjack when she's either high or drunk, and that was when she was at her best.
That was when she was tolerable. Alright, you're taking care of that. Mythic, you're inside having a powwow with a lot of them. Mina, are you just having a conversation with the dumpster?
Conversation.
Mina, have you gone out to inspect your dumpster yet?
Probably, but I think the conversation I was having was Jafendo and one of the. I don't know why my character's out.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
so
have all of the surviving ambushers now gone then?
Guess I just have to turn you up to 100. Try again now.
Have all of the surviving ambushers now gone?
Yeah, that situation's been remedied. The one who was on death's door was mercied, and the other two were just like, well, if we just take everything they have, we should be fine.
Okay. I was just asking because there's something Von kind of wanted to look into. But it would need those ponies to still be here. So don't worry about it.
No one has left yet. I haven't, since I'm a little bit squiggly on time, I'm going to say that this is essentially the scene right before they go, just in case anyone wanted to mill out anything, since I mostly have just been solely devoted to getting Avarna caught up to speed.
All right, cool. In that case, are we going to do the roll for initiative for talking rights and then figure out who's doing what? Damn, Mina wants to go first.
Mina's really feeling it.
I'm going to elect to trade initiative with Adagio, because I can do that.
Okay.
You now have a 15.5. Have fun.
Curious as to why you want to go last, but okay.
Okay, so Mina, drugs. And you go first.
Well, Mina was having a conversation with Chifundo about tarot cards, and sudden realization came to her that she needed to grab him and drag him off, or actually he grabbed her and dragged her off after she spouted her idea, I thought.
I was going to say, yeah.
We need to check these other ponies out because they have this very unique style that is very close to those of the ponies in our group that have boxes.
I thought it was more about the fact that they were completely unfazed that we generate from we regenerate from boxes.
Well, that and there's characteristics that are similar.
Oh, it's almost like they were meant to be an antiquarian.
Yeah.
So,
which is fucking hilarious because both Pegasi defected.
So basically, Chifundo wants to do the thing where he and an arcane user works together to see if we can locate a box within a pony they're studying.
All right. Considering that it has A, been a while since you've done this, B, are trying to reharmonize with a different arcane user, and C, Ina is a one trick who has never attempted anything like this before. And I know that Quickstitch hadn't attempted anything like this before, but he's apparently a magical prodigy. So, different conversation. So I'll need you both to roll, to activate the check. I'll need you both to roll twice. Mina, both of your rolls are at a negative 30. But Chifundo, you're rolling shamanism. Mina, you're rolling arcane.
Negative what?
30.
Okay.
God damn it! Did I just kill a pony?
You have their soul. What will you do?
Nice.
All right. So fails notwithstanding, walk me through what you're doing because I am a little confused.
All right. So from previous experience, the boxers are pretty unreactive to just spiritualism and just arcane.
That is correct.
But if you nudge them with both together, you get a bit of a reaction which previously told Chifundo and Quickstitch that the box was there. That's what we're looking for.
Not necessarily in that order.
Hello, this is
All right,
Sketchy
and
here,
who
and
are you
well, I
doing
am
this
switching to this new character. name for
Whichever
Twitch.
one of the ambushing
For now,
ponies
also
we got
known
to
as
first.
Looking Glass or Glassy.
If you want to roll flip a coin or roll a dice or whatever to determine, I'm happy with that.
So you're going. So out of the two, you're. Well, are you checking just the two, or are you checking all three? Because there is the dead one.
I wanted to check all three because I suspect.
Okay, then I need all of you to roll me another shamanism or another respective check.
Yep, my turn.
Wow. Roll 20 swinging today.
Good to be back.
Yeah, this one has a box. See, TK rip it out of his chest. See, here it is.
no, Mina. That's a heart. It's just box-like in shape.
Okay, I have to do this. Scopolamina does that and looks at it and goes, Kali Ma, Kali Ma? And then a badge appears on her bandolier for heart ripping.
Ceremonial execution badge acquired.
Ritual sacrifice. Get it right.
I could just see her ripping the heart out of the chest and going, "Is this a box?"
See, I kind of need to be introduced in the game before I can die.
That's what you think.
Maybe one of them needs to die so you can be introduced to the game.
I have to point this out. That's not entirely true. I have attempted to stream a game of Traveler before, and someone died during character creation.
Oh, that's Traveler for you.
Wow. I would do.
So it's not entirely true that your spot in the game goes away before you even get introduced because you died before you got introduced. That is entirely possible.
So here's another fun version of that. What happened when they were generating characters for the Old Guardsman party? Because the spot on the planet technically wasn't part of the actual game. That was just character creation.
Moving on.
Oh, you mean that one time with Hetty's Guardsman?
No, there's a thing on Reddit where somebody did a Old Guardsman Dark Heresy.
Oh, that one.
Yeah. Technically, that planet right at the beginning where they're in the guards playing only war rules, that was just character creation. They nearly wiped out a regiment just for character creation.
I mean, look, it was entirely possible that Mythic Blade could have died during the events that led up to him getting involved in the party.
I almost did. Twice, if you recall. Was it? Yeah, it was twice.
Yeah, because there was that first time where it was close.
Fuck that Timber Wolf.
Hey, you're still part of the caravan. You're not out of the woods yet.
And then I almost died in the caravan too, but taking 2 miles to the crit buck and 2 miles to the.
Yeah.
You fell on one of them.
Good times.
You know, that point where we're only a few minutes into the actual game, somebody in chat says, "Did somebody die?" And the honest to goodness response is, "Not yet."
Give it a minute.
So,
Fiaura has a record to beat.
One of the ponies got spiritually fucked, the other one got arcane fucked. How are they doing, Moon?
There are 2 100s on the field. I'm going to have a little bit of fun with this. Because it's rare that this happens on both sides of the equation. Alright, so who do the 2 of you start with?
Like I say, I don't think we had a real plan, did we? Just kind of whichever we got
That's
to
why I'm
first.
asking you right now. Who do the 2 of you start with?
Personally, I would go with the barrel pone because he's the one I just trust the most because I didn't like box pone. Sorry, corners, but character-wise, my character had no reason to like that character. In character.
All right, the 2 of you go over, give the barrel to once over, and aside from chuckling a little bit because it tickles. Nothing happens.
Okay.
Who next?
I think the next one is it the sniper, or was the sniper the one they killed?
There is the Tinkerer, the essentially the Earth Pony in Urban Commando Ninja gear.
Oh yeah, that's the one. That's the one that's offered to do the prosthetic legs. So yeah, that one will be second.
That would be the next one, because then the sniper must be the one that they killed.
I mean, there's also the possibility that it's none of them. Also, are you going to scan the other members of the caravan? The individuals, the civilians, any of the dead?
Believe it or not, that hasn't crossed my mind yet. Well, I wanted to scan the caravan leader, but obviously she either teleported or turned to dust or both. So we don't have any evidence there. But I would like to scan Mythic.
Okay.
Yeah, do Mythic.
So, do the two of you wish to scan Mythic before or after you scan the dead one?
Looks at the dead one.
Do the two of you? Yeah, I was going to say, do the two of you wish to scan the Earth Pony, then Mythic, then the dead one, or the Earth Pony, then the dead one, and then Mythic?
I didn't realize we were scanning a dead one.
Yeah, I want to check the dead one. Yeah, we want to check the dead one.
No, hang on. Is the dead one buried? Have we got round to burying the dead one yet?
No.
Okay. In that case, I don't mind as much doing that one.
Yeah, no, I'm going to say that they essentially took care of what needed to be done and left the body there to either be buried or exposed to the elements.
I'm the one that buried that body.
He is correct. We made him bury it.
Well, okay.
In that case, no, we're not doing the dead one because Chifundo is not disturbing the ponies he did the last right for, despite Nyota leaving them.
Okay.
But I would like to point out that, didn't you all tell me that you all found Quick Stitch? And after you buried a friend, him pulled himself out of the ground. So if that pony has a box, that may mean somebody may appear underneath the ground. Is it really desecrating a grave if it could be we're saving a pony?
Look, if you wanna put it back when you're done, and you want Chifundo to give them last rites again, I'm not gonna argue with digging up a body for science, but those are my conditions.
So Chifundo visibly kind of wavers and kind of wobbles on the spot, kind of brain churning, but will consent to scan the dead bodies in the ground.
I mean, I don't mean any disrespect, but these boxes don't play by the rules.
Yeah, that's why you got a snowballs and hell chance of that one.
I agree, and we probably should have checked them before we buried them, but now that we're at this point, let's go ahead and check them. But when you're done, put the body back, rebury it, and Chifundo give it last rites. Okay? Or
that almost sounded like an owner to Scott telling the dog to go put it back.
Or, if you must know, I think I've seen Chifundo give last rites so many times that I know how to do it at this point. That's terrifying.
You know, being spiritually awakened, you could probably do it as well.
No, in the back of her mind, she's sitting there going, when did I become a priest? And then in the front of it reminded you, Pink is probably going, you've been a paladin this whole time. Your magical, spiritual, divine power is just awoken.
That is not at all what she's saying.
She's gleefully jumping up and down about the idea of digging up dead bodies, isn't she?
She's sitting here with popcorn going, oh, this is fun. I love this part. I love it when they do the freaky voodoo stuff. Oh, yeah, no. Popcorn and a big gulp.
You know, the kind of irony of that, given that part of her job was to combat the freaky voodoo stuff when she was alive.
This is why
like their job.
This is why Mina likes laser weapons, because you don't have to give last rites to dust.
Chifundo will kind of Chifundo will stand there looking up at the ceiling.
We have been giving last rites to dust.
Ashes to the wind.
Just because you dust the body doesn't mean you touch the spirit. You just rather violently release it from the body, from the mortal vessel which contained it.
Am I the only one now that has...
else have the image of Scopolamino walking up with the idea of enchanting her guns to fry the spirit too?
That's beyond her ability, probably, but I more had the image of Chifundo seeing every time Scopolamina turns another pony into dust, the body just fades away and the spirit's still standing there going, what happened?
That cartoon moment where the spirit just kind of looks around going, what the?
It is a great trick. It's a shame I can only do it once.
That image of Doctor Strange being knocked out of his body.
I was thinking more Daffy Duck in the devil's
himself
costume.
There you go, Moon. We've been relegated to a Warner Brothers cartoon. How does it feel?
Well, look at your character.
Hold on. I have to say this. We might have been relegated to a Warner Brothers cartoon, but we're the old Warner Brothers cartoons where Elmer Fudd and Yosemite Sam could have guns.
Oh, yeah, the ones where they actually had fun.
It's the old Warner Brothers cartoon with guns, dressing, violence, murder, and smoking.
I mean,
and dynamite.
I mean, look at your counter right now. You look like a toon character.
Dynamite. It's an MTV sketch.
No, that's what Fees looks like.
I'm waiting for Moon to devolve this into Celebrity Deathmatch.
I loved that show.
Rage Against the Machine.
I also, watching that from like age 9 to 14 probably did a number on my developing psyche, but you know. Anyways, all right. So you're kind of.
I'm more imagining Celebrity Deathmatch Fallout Equestria Edition, where you just take the little Pip plus the other big 7 lead characters and throw them into the ring and see what happens.
You know, I would pay to see what would happen if Little Pip and Blackjack actually got into a dust-up on the
aggressive.
The name of the show. Sorry.
Aggressive.
You know what? Somebody find me a claymation artist, and we'll do it.
Just like copious amounts of squeaking.
Box of family friendliness just descends.
It fucking explodes. What does everyone else? Oh, okay. Squeaky Fundo. Okay, so the two of you go. You're gonna once over the dead.
Yeah,
apparently we're doing the dead ones as well now.
Let's once over the dead before we do the mythic.
Okay. So you go and stand the dead.
Yeah, that's my plan.
Since they were all essentially buried in a mass grave.
I thought they were individually graved.
I don't know. Was it individual? Was it mass? I have no idea. My life made easier.
Because we've got 4 black rectangles outside the building, which I believe are the graves.
Were you burying the robot?
Fuck, the robots don't count.
Okay, then yeah, it was independent. Look, with you goddamn heavy fucks, I don't know.
Hey, once upon a time, if Quick Stitch was here, that robot would have been salvage.
You would have rebuilt it to dig the graves themselves.
Okay, but yes, something like this, each of them independent burials.
I mean, my personal, I just want to check the ones who are trying to kill us. I didn't really want to check the townsfolk.
I mean, we've got no reason to believe the general caravan would be box would be coming out of
yeah.
That. It's more the logic that the guys attacking us wasn't fazed by this idea that we come out of black boxes.
Yeah, they literally had paperwork that said that these ones will just regenerate, and it's didn't even really phase.
Except for Mina. Kill Mina on sight.
Yeah, we all know that's because that's box hatred.
Like in all honesty, I kind of want to just get like one of just cheesy shirt that just has wording "Kill Mina on sight." Wear that to cons and get a whole bunch of weird questions.
Especially if you write it as "Kill Scopolamina on site," so then people are like, "Huh? As in the disease, drug, whatever."
Okay. Anyway, so the two of you are going over the 2 aggressive earth ponies and the unicorn and kind of ignoring the stallion.
I don't think the ones that were pulling the wagons or the caravan were wholly responsible or knowing or in on the whole thing. So I'm more concerned about the ones that actually ambushed us.
Okay.
Sorry, Moon. Drugs Mayor decided to complicate everything.
No. I was trying to figure out who is getting scanned.
By the sounds of it, anybody that we can directly associate as being part of the ambush.
Okay.
Or at least, being part of the party that was set the ambush and activated the ambush. If there were if we have reason to believe, like with the pullers, that they were just kind of jumping in on the action, then we're not overly concerned with them.
I mean, I'm not trying to say I'm a little paranoid here, but
No, I'm just trying to figure out where your paranoia is being directed. That's
towards the group that tried to kill us.
Okay.
I don't know if they're bounty hunters, if they're a group of assassins.
You are not trying, and both of you are not trying to scan the rest of them.
I had no intention of any of the town folks of being involved in it. It's just the group that tried to kill us.
Okay. That is what I was trying to figure out.
Plus Mythic, now you've mentioned Mythic.
Now
Mythic is suspect as fuck.
Okay. Please, both of you give me another set of rolls.
How many are we doing?
Just, I just need one more from each of you. Okay. And are you doing these in any particular order of scanning the people? What is the order you would like to scan?
I think we'd leave Mythic till last,
Yeah,
wouldn't we?
the two living ones, and the one dead one that I remember. I don't think we have any other bodies of the.
No.
Yeah,
so basically,
that sounds good to me.
Yep. It's just those.
Yep. So that would be the barrel pone and the tinker ninja.
Yep.
And then the sniper would be the dead one, I believe, and that would be the yeah.
Okay. So you go and scan the barrel. You get nothing. You go and scan the tinkerer ninja. Get nothing. You go and ping the unicorn, and you do find something, but it's difficult to tell underneath the earth.
I guess we're digging that one up then.
I mean, we may have to actually cut him open to find out.
Well, let's just dig him up first and scan him again. Are we going to scan Mythic before we do that?
No, I want to find out about this one first, because again, if he has a box and something happens, that means a pony who may or may not be innocent may be stuck underground. Roll luck, you said?
Roll luck. Because as it is, Mina is effectively untrained in... how do I word this? Untrained in telepathically stretching out her magic in a just thin enough but just strong enough way that she can probe without activating. Light touch, I think, is the word I'm looking for.
Basically, can she turn her sledgehammer into a little tiny toffee hammer?
Yeah, yes. But that's a luck from both of you as well. I need one from you, teacher. Okay. So you reach in. You're able to essentially sense some kind of pull. How are you just gonna dig up with magic? Dig up with shovels? Are you just going to reach into the ground and try and yeet the body through the dirt?
I think we'll just go with the standard shovels.
I'm just saying, you have 116K here. You have options.
I'm just saying, you do have the literal TK of an industrial strength crane that builds skyscrapers. If you wanted just to grab the body and go yeet, the dirt would have no ability to say no.
You can raise dead. Literally.
Oh my god!
Oh, Quick Stitch's game, are we now, Mina?
Oh, that was amazing.
All right. It's easy enough if you're just trying to remove the soil with magic.
So, Adagio, did you hear that Mina's able to raise the dead?
It's okay. I've been Silverfang's crane while Mina's away.
It's true.
How many stories?
Moon?
How many stories? You were the one who was designing the building.
I thought it was five.
When somebody said Mina can raise the dead, and I'm like, how many stories?
I don't know. How much does Mina overcompensate for the weight of the soil?
I missed this.
How aerodynamic is a body?
About 9.2 meters per second.
That really depends on how much force you put behind the body, isn't it?
Well, hold on. No, I can answer this. That depends on three things. One, the direction the body is traveling through the air. Two, are you compensating for the force of gravity? And three, the shape the body is currently adjusted to for its travel through the air determines its aerodynamic capacity. So if you have it, say, pointed in the direction of travel and the entire body is planked that way, it has about a direction of travel of 9.76 meters per second. If, however, you have the body spread 5-star traveling through the wind with the arms just kind of flailing and legs kind of flailing, then you only have about 9.22, 9.3 meters per second maximum speed.
In this case, the body would be in a standard funeral pose. 4 legs crossed over
There!
the chest.
I just scienced the aerodynamics of dead horses.
Well,
Wait a minute.
Well, I mean, there's an easier way to aerodynamics the science of dead horses. Find the aerodynamics of an Elmer's model.
And just remember, if Mina flings him up into the air, he's only going up with 1 horsepower.
I think we've actually done the math and realized that Mina generates more than 1 horsepower. It's like 6.
So 1 horsepower is literally the pulling power of a Shetland pony.
Yeah, it's a single leg, right?
No, it's 1 horsepower is the amount of pulling force that a single Shetland pony has if you were to harness it up and ask it to pull something along.
1 horsepower is equal to the power needed to lift 550 pounds in 1 foot in 1 second.
Okay. Because, yeah, I remember reading somewhere that horses generate like 4 horsepower or something.
Yeah, a Shire does.
It's something, yeah. I always thought that it was the power generated by like a single leg of a horse. I knew it was some weird old-timey math measurement where the numbers were made up and the variables didn't matter.
But we will dig him up. We will not eat him up.
All right, you excavate the dead.
As a point of interest, the horsepower is 745.7 watts of energy. Sorry.
Thank you for that. Sorry to go silent. I was moving things around. All right, but it only takes a few minutes between the two of you working together, and you have excavated and pulled the body out. What now?
I guess we scan the fucker again.
All right. So you go back in for a second scan, and whether it was due to Mina not really being able to, not really sure how to control the flow due to just being a one trick, or Quick Stitch being a bit rusty, or them having been dead for a while. Well, not dead for a while, but them having been dead and not dying when you grab them.
Chifundo.
What? Yeah.
You called him Quick Stitch again.
Not my fault. Quick Stitch joined into the call, and also, and I names. Fuck it. All of you are named asshole. Asshole 1 and asshole 2. Pink asshole and yellow asshole.
No, I'm sorry,
Wait,
you fucked that up.
Moon, does that mean I'm named Thick Asshole?
No, you're green asshole.
But then what is Quick Stitch? He's also a green asshole.
No,
So here's how it works. With that picture, Sunrise is the thick green asshole.
God damn it, I hate names so fucking much. I'm so bad at them. I called my next door neighbor the wrong thing for a year.
You're just calling me Mystic.
Holy Christ.
You were a mystic asshole.
Okay. For fuck's sake. So the two of you try to probe and work through a combulator, but you probe and work through a combulator a bit too strong.
Okay. Do you want us to roll again, or?
No, these are the nat 100s.
Okay.
But quick stitch or fucking hell! God damn it!
Amazing.
It's not even in the game anymore.
I literally just said that.
Oops, you did it again, boss.
Oh god.
Fuck, Shadow, you gotta leave. You're gonna keep fucking me up.
No. It's fine. This is fine.
No, clearly the solution to this problem is just Fundo has to change his name to Quick Stitch.
I was about to
He'd still fuck it up. He would still get it wrong.
I would just refer to him as Quick Fundo.
You did for a while.
I'd be okay with this because that just means he's really quick. He's really quick to get in bed.
Yeah, I was gonna say Quick Fundo. That's actually a good description.
Or Quick Fundo, or just Stitch.
Since we're on the topic, I just got to point out that unicorn's a mare. Somebody fucked up and looked.
I'm just pointing out now that we're literally sitting here with Moon and going, ch. He goes ch. Fun. Dough. Quick Stitch.
Oh god, I've become Patrick.
No, you've become Carl.
Holy shit! All right, yeah, come for the game. Stay to watch the GM be incompetent and fuck up names. Okay,
I mean,
pick one and the unicorn.
Take a swig, boss.
I am out of beer. I killed the first one. The rest of them are downstairs. So the big one and the unicorn come to the other dead unicorn. And apparently Sunrise is there too. And Iota, because he said back. They dig the thing out and they gather around, they all hold hands and sing Kumbaya, and the thing starts to glow, and Chifundo's seen the thing glow before, so he knows what's about to happen. And so the same thing happened when Marker Light came out. It's like, okay, we're gonna get a glowy one. It's gonna be a person in a minute. Do you step back or do you kind of stay huddled around?
Oh, I guess we're clear. Looks to Mina. I don't suppose you know clean.
One trick. Yeah, it's called a bath. Try and take it in less radiated water.
And you, if it's recombulating, then it probably doesn't matter anyway. Is Sunrise actually there, or is that just lazy Sunrise?
No, Sunrise is seated off to the side, observing.
All right.
If this thing explodes
Sunrise.
into a mess, we'll be okay. We'll just hide behind Sunrise's ass.
Wait. Does it count as full?
Hey guys, that's the moon.
I mean, at least we figured out why her stealth score is so low.
I can't sneak around because my ass cheeks are clapping too loud.
Too dummy thick.
Okay.
So when she walks, she twerks.
Well, I mean,
I understand now why Nyota married her.
I want to give you. There's part of me that wants to give you the perk where your ass has bonus DT, but I don't want to perpetuate this because you don't get shot in the flank a lot. You tend to try and headbutt grenades like the dipshit that you are.
That's doing my thing.
No, she doesn't headbutt grenades. She does a full-blown belly flop on them. Especially if it's a fusion grenade.
That she herself threw. Is that what we're getting at? Are we going all the way back? Are we going all the way back to section 12? Are we going that far back? Okay.
Oh yeah, because you're allowed to take pot shots at him, but no. All right. So you go, you pull the thing. It does magic glowiness. Chifundo.
So yeah, I tend
do you step back? Or do you stay close?
I stay where I am and turn to thick green pony. Name's gone for a second.
Sunrise. I mean sunrise.
and tell her we've got another box.
Can't call you little green. You have to be a little thick.
A little bit thick and a little bit green. So yeah, I tell her that we've got another box here.
Okay. It takes a couple of. Are you going to pump in any extra energy, or are you just going to let it go?
I'm planning to study the ever-loving fuck out of this.
We've seen it one time before, so.
Okay.
So did
what?
Martini make a mess when he came in?
Did Martini make what? Oh, what do you mean when he?
Because we were all right there around him when he exploded out of Aguas.
No, there was a big glow.
Yeah. So what happens? There is the body is essentially reduced down to a bright glowing essence to the point that it is actually difficult to look at. And considering that she didn't take much in the line of harm, I don't even remember. I'm so bad. Yes. Okay. So it takes a couple of moments.
All right.
The mayor is essentially.
What the fuck happened? I'm sorry. Who put dumpster waifu in a box?
No, Mina moved the dumpster between her and the body just in case.
Mina, move it. I need to see this. Move it.
No. I put it between me and you. The body's right there.
I actually need to scale this dumpster down since I know its actual size now. Come on, scale down.
Did on my screen.
Not contain the waifu.
Oh, that's because I keep hitting the one. Here we go. Okay. And then it continues to brighten up a second.
Are you able to hear me?
Am I able to what?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Am I able to what?
Hear me. I've spoken up several times, but I seem to be being lost.
No, you're clipping. I hear you now. What's up?
I was just saying that Chifundo actually wants to sort of carefully study this, and something that's actually just come to mind is, if I can, I'd like to actually do this from an astral projection.
Because that normally takes time, and you are trying to, because you'd have to take care of the casting first, and then astral project out.
Mm-hmm.
As you've never tried to do this while astral projecting, you don't know if it's possible.
Well, from the out of body thing.
No, what I'm saying is you'd have to astral project sometime after you and Mina did the casting. In before everything happened. So give me a shamanism roll at a -50.
Yeah.
Because you're
Yeah, so I'm saying this is sort of now that we've realized what's happening, Chifundo's like, All
right, -50, please.
Cool. Fuck roll 20.
Oh, roll 20 is fucking with you.
Well, I guess whatever the box is doing is making my life interesting.
Just be happy you didn't roll a 100 right there.
It's still a crit fail.
Yeah, it's still a crit fail, but 100 may have meant that Arno gets a new outside look, and so does Chifundo.
Okay. So, oh man, I feel bad that I kind of want to keep this in the dark, but since this is happening live, so Chifundo, as you are, I'll have to describe what you see and then give you a chance to play telephone later. But for lack of a better term, you were able to astral project while this is all taking place. However, whether it be due to the effectively gravitational wave of levels of energy coming off of this thing, or the fact that you are now untethered from your body, it does wreak a bit of havoc with you. And for lack of a better term, you are looking at this thing while being astral projected. You weren't given a chance to properly shield yourself from everything.
Okay.
Take 3 points of sanity damage, and I have a very long thing I need to explain to you later.
Awesome. Sanity damage. That's in defense, isn't it?
Yeah, that is not a no. I'm saying this is not a resistance roll. This is you just take flat out 3 points of Eldritch. Your brain.
No, I mean to sort of see where it is. Okay, we've not had a full day really since the last time I took sanity damage, have we?
No, it has. Yeah, it has.
It's been like hours, hasn't it? All right. In that case, I should let you know that I'm at 57.14% sanity.
Oh, we're getting down to the fun levels now.
And damn, she breaks out the shotgun right away.
But yeah, I'm at 8 sanity compared to a maximum of 14.
All right, so Chifundo, you see straight up spiritual fuckery. Everyone else sees Chifundo go, wait, guy.
I've got an idea.
Chifundo has left the game. You just see Chifundo go, wait, I'm gonna try something, and and then just fall to the side.
Oh, the body. I was just kind of sat there as the idea started, and the body just kind of does that thing where they just fall over sideways and just thud against the earth.
If I remember correctly, this isn't the first time Chifundo has done something like this.
No, but normally Chifundo's got the presence of mind to lie down or something.
Yes, no one, I think, save Quick Stitch, has watched Chifundo just drop into spirit form, for lack of a better term.
Does Nyota just see Chifundo slowly start rocking, just get more and more exaggerated until he just starts to tipple over?
As Chifundo starts to tip over, Nyota, without dropping stealth, pops over and catches Chifundo. There is now a vaguely equine-shaped shadow holding Chifundo.
While there's a vaguely Chifundo-shaped spiritual glow next to the body.
Because you didn't drop stealth, Sunrise and Mina, I need you to both roll me a d10. Because for just a moment, it will appear as if Chifundo passed out and a spiritual figure grabbed it. Alright, well, I know Sunrise is fine. Mina, is that a pass on your willpower?
Oh, hang on. Exactly. Hello?
Still here.
Okay. Just curious if you heard me, right?
No, we were still waiting for you on the willpower, if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken.
Sorry. Yes, that is an exact roll on my willpower. Willpower is 6. Roll to 6.
There's a momentary scare as it just stops, but this isn't the weirdest spiritual fuckery you've seen today. Or in the past week. Also, that's probably Nyota.
And probably Mina's kind of hunkering down behind the dumpster waiting for something to explode.
I mean, if it's suddenly a poltergeist, call out Nyota.
I mean, Sunrise sees his tag on her compass and goes, definitely Nyota.
No, his stealth score is higher than the Pitbuck can be.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, no.
He also crit his last stealth check.
When he is in stealth, when it is not on the field, if he is in stealth, you can't find him. He can out-sneak the Pitbuck. Because its score only goes up to 100.
What the... I mean, Ivana, I know goats are good, but still, what the fuck? For those who don't know, chip posting on Fee server.
This is the weirdest thing I've ever thought would happen. Did you know it randomly rains in the desert?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
And not like, not like...
Like really heavily rains.
Like, it goes from broad, sunny, everything's fine, to 10 minutes later, drenching downpour that drains out my microphone.
Have you experienced it going from 80 to negative 10?
Yes.
That's fun, isn't it?
I was asleep when that happened. And it went the other way from the outside temperature being about 70 to suddenly being 110 and me being, holy shit, why am I sweating?
Oh.
And then getting up and turning on the air conditioner because the room had heated up to 90 degrees in under 10 minutes. I thought I was having a hot flash, and I'm like, nope. Desert's being the desert.
Anyway, you take care of that.
So yeah, when the shadow's literally catching a pony is just kind of a meh moment in your life.
All right. Anyway, the pony disappears in a bit of a corona of light. Chifundo, you can see it a bit better from your spiritualness, but the rest of you just see this blinding light. And as it starts to die down, the light expands a bit. It really seems to stretch. It almost seems like it dims a bit as it finishes reaching its the final shape of a flame. It's something a lot larger than a pony.
Oh, by the way, I have to say this. Mina floats out her safety goggles and puts them on.
Okay, you can actually... what? Your welding goggles or just safety goggles?
She has safety goggles for working around lab. I mean, she's been in laboratories. I mean, come on.
Okay, then this isn't enough to get you a perception check.
Question for you, Moon. What does Nyota see? Because he no longer wears his eye patch. He doesn't have it anymore.
Oh, right. If you're looking at this thing and you're actually... okay, you would see something different than Chifundo is seeing. That eye is spiritually awakened. He's seeing outside the fabrics of reality. So you would see something with the normal eye. It is blinding. It is not something you can actually see. You have to keep that closed. But with the spiritually awakened eye, the green glowy void of anime nonsense, there you can see a coalescing shape starting to form. It's very big. Give me a survival check at I'm gonna say -50 since you're trying to figure this out from a spiritually fuzzy outline.
Is anybody else having trouble with the roll? Well, that's a crit.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Apparently, roll 20 likes the black stripes, not the pink stripes.
Apparently so.
Damn, preferences.
Roll 20 done got racist. Moon is sitting there going, "Feet, why? Why you do this?"
Also, can I just... Also, can I just say I haven't rolled below midline on the dice since I started doing the terror in downtime.
We're aware.
Right. Okay, so then both of you, which are... And the two zebras would see this a moment before the rest of the ponies, before the light starts to coalesce down, which means that Nyota will not be caught footed, or will not be caught surprised. As when all's said and done, there is a Yao Guai where the pony used to be. Sunrise, in the back of your head, you see Picamina spit out her soda, going, "Oh my god, she wasn't lying?"
Run that by me again, then? I kind of just like... Exactly what did I just see?
Where the pony, where that body was staying, there is a very confused and kind of angry Yao Guai.
What the fuck?
Picamina spits out like the mouthful of big gulp she had and just screams, "Oh my god, she wasn't lying!"
Now, if we could only figure out exactly what she meant by that, we might have an answer to the universe.
I used my radiant action to shoot it.
Wait, what?
That's fair.
An angry bear just appeared in front of me! I'm shooting it!
And now you've got an even angrier bear.
Okay, please roll the hit.
Hold on, let me rephrase this. Let me explain this real quick to you, Chifundo. The one person who could stop the angry bear is currently astrally projecting not in their body.
Wandering sunlight.
So my two options are, one, try to talk to it. Oh wait, that's a fucking bear. Or two, shoot it.
I'm sorry. This is the Wandering Sunrise, who, despite being told by every party member that walking up to the Enclave patrol outside of Las Pegasus would result her getting shot, she ignored that advice, approached said patrol and said, "Hi, I'm Wandering Sunrise."
You've gone so far and I'm so proud of you.
Yes, but the Enclave patrol were sentient pony creatures I could attempt to communicate with. Name one instance in which you can communicate properly with a goddamn bear.
This is Equestria. You can just about talk to anything.
What's the name of Fluttershy?
Also, while not a bear, Snuggles.
And Boba Fett.
Oh yeah, Boba Fett.
There is a reason
You know what?
for that.
You know what? The Boba Pet one, you got me on. The Snuggles was basically Chifundo saying not to kill it, but the Boba Pet one, you got me on that one. So a literal bear appears in front of us, and it's angry and roaring. Yes.
It is angry and mostly confused.
Also, I'm a princess crown. I can talk fucking anything.
Can I roll an initiative or something to see if I can beat Sunrise to the punch and getting back to my body and starting to talk to the bear?
No, you crit failed.
Okay. I mean, you declare shoot it.
It is not immediately hostile. It does not come out and start attacking. It is just coming out and looking around and looking down and looking up and just making confused Yao Guai noises.
This is an effort to get its undivided attention. I'm firing the shot into the air. I'm rolling to not hit anything.
Also, this may help your mood about this at the moment. Mina is jumping up and down right now going, I was right! I was right!
I'm just confused as to why they put a bear in
6
there.
degrees of success to not hit anything.
Okay, you fire a shotgun into the air. The Yawai... let me zoom out. The Yawai, being a wild fucking animal, runs. Like, it makes scared bear noises and starts to run away.
And there goes your box.
Huh. I was not prepared for today. Do we want to chase a bear? Because I don't.
Chifundo is scrambling to try and get back into its body.
It's a box! Don't you get it? It's a recombulator.
So as you run after the bear, we'll
Why
cue
is
the Benny
why
Hill
are
music.
both Pink and you shouting you were right? Did you predict there was a bear in a box?
Well, no, I didn't predict there was a bear, but I predicted that there was a recombulator.
Well, no, not a. I mean, do you not remember? I mean, I didn't, but then the one.
No, go on, Pink. Explain this one.
I mean, look. There are pieces that I'm missing too. I'm kind of stuck in your head. There's just so many dicks in here, but. I mean,
wait.
Your subconscious that just wants to get railed. No.
Well,
so Sunrise is a head fuck?
Hold the fucking phone, Pink. 2 seconds here. There are just a pile of dicks in my subconscious?
I look, you want to come in, if you want to go on this magical adventure with me, you can, but I guarantee you'll be a changed person on the other side.
Tonight, later, sure. Do we want to chase a bear?
Okay. So as you're contemplating this and trying to figure everything out, it's been at least 2 rounds of combat now. Chifundo, you can make another shamanism check to kind of wiggle your way back in your body.
So, not particularly quick, but I manage it. And as soon as I'm in my body, I'm chasing after the bear.
Cue the Benny Hill music.
Cue Benny Hill.
Did we just agree to chase a bear?
No, nobody agreed. I'm just doing it.
All right, well, I guess I'm chasing Chifundo.
And Nyota's sticking with Chifundo just in case he pulls his fainting routine again.
Mina's just going to reach out with TK and pick the bear up off the ground.
The bear has, by the time everyone decides to go and chase it, is out of line of sight.
Oh, okay.
With that, am I able to catch the bear at some point?
I'm just pointing out that there was a bear in a box.
Catch bear first, questions later.
Are you just taking normal running actions, or are you sprinting?
I'm gonna run as flat out as I can.
Okay. It won't try to sprint. This isn't exactly good ground for it. If it was a normal movement match, the bear would outrun you. But if you sprint, you should be able to catch it.
Okay.
Okay,
It will take about 20 seconds to catch up to it, though. This thing is hauling ass.
I'm just pointing out. Chifundo is chasing a bear. Sunrise is chasing Chifundo. Nyota's chasing Sunrise. It's Capolamino's chasing all of us.
No.
Nyota was chasing Chifundo.
No, Chifundo is first purely out of the fact that he started running first. Nyota went, what the fuck? I'm going to make sure he doesn't get himself killed. You also followed at about the same time, and Mina's like, hey, this is fun.
Okay, then.
So you end up chasing the bear for about a minute. It's a bear. It doesn't really stealth well.
So, yeah, so I'll kind of run up alongside it and literally just say to it, hi.
But you do understand that as what?
Hi, can we talk?
Everyone. What am I here? What's going on? I'm so confused. I'm scared. Please help me.
I'd like to do that, but I can't keep up with you like this for too long.
Roll negotiation.
Woo!
You convinced the bear to stop running. You were able to catch up with
it. Thank you.
The Yaguai proceeds to dig at the ground and try to find grubs, because it's a bear.
So, you just, as far as you know, I mean, do you have any memory from, do you know anything from before now?
This kind of translates in your mind, but the speech is still rough. I was foraging in bushes, and the next thing I know, I felt a sharp burning feeling, and now I'm here.
Huh. Okay. Do you have any idea where you were?
Hold on. Let me roll the Yaguai's it.
That's a laugh when it gets to that one.
That would be hilarious.
I'm just warning you now, Moon.
Nat 10.
Okay,
God
never mind. Mythic, you jinxed it. Everybody blame Mythic.
The bear was in. The bear looks at you and goes, "Forest."
Kind of.
Forest with food.
Kind of does that thing where you kind of do that kind of jerky your head, knowing full well that line's not going any further. Okay, so how to explain this in the...
Like, now you have the bear talking about the last thing it remembers, and it's just going to tell you the things that it ate.
Hey, standing several hoofbeats behind you, Fundo.
All you hear.
Right. I understand that part, but Sunrise goes, Do you think we should toss it some jerky or something?
No, I mean, the growls that are coming out of it are rhythmic enough that you can actually make out that it is probably speaking to Chifundo. Or everyone's gone crazy. It's one of you.
I mean, this is Wasteland. Both is an option. Especially when you've got Miss Wild Wasteland over there.
Yeah, I thought we were going to have a 1v4 Yaguai fight.
With the not especially high survival sniper at point blank range. Yeah, that's going to go well.
So, yeah, the bear continues to tell you the last things that it did.
We'll nod. let it get a decent way into that. Maybe even let it stop,
I saw some birds, and then I ate some bushes off a tree, and then the burning thing happened, and now I'm here.
So, at some point in your life, when that burning thing happened, you were...
Also, make me an int check for yourself real quick.
With or without racial penalty?
I'm going to say without. I mean, yes, how about both? But I'm going to say without.
Doesn't matter.
All right, continue.
So, when that burning sensation happened, you were put into a pony magic box. That means that from time to time, you're going to keep coming back to life.
The bear makes a confused noise that doesn't translate via the magic of the bird.
We'll just nod. Yeah, we're figuring it out ourselves. I also have one of these boxes. Several ponies I travel with. We don't know why. We just know it happened. Sometimes you can remember your past life. We're working it out.
Is that like the times that I remember eating a fish, but I haven't eaten a fish? But maybe a different time I ate a fish, and I was remembering that.
Sounds like it. So this is not the first time you've come back, if that's the case.
The bear makes confused bear noises.
Yeah, it's confusing. Do you mind just staying here for a few minutes or at least a little span, while I talk to my friends?
I'm gonna find food.
Okay, please stay somewhere near.
Okay. Okay. And then the 3,000-pound Yaogwai proceeds to lumber off and go find food. It doesn't try to hide, it's just digging.
Yeah, it's just doing I'm somewhere close to apex animal in this area, so I don't have to worry about too much, and ooh, that's food.
I reach into pack, unwrap one of Nyota's delicious meals of wasteland rations, and set it down near the bear, then step away.
As you come closer, it will back away.
I set the food down when it backs away, and then I back away from it.
It's going to wait a few minutes.
I look at your phone. Tell it it's a peace offering.
The green one says sorry and hopes that you'll enjoy the food.
The green one kills with sound. Is it safe?
This food is safe. It's food she intended for herself.
It will lumber over, kind of boop it a couple of times with the bear snoot, and then just kind of eat the entire area where it is, dirt and grit and all.
Right, it's a goddamn bear.
It kind of spits out some of the grit. Well, unless you angle the thing in such a way that it can reach down and get it, it's just going to have to get a little bit of extra fiber.
So, apparently it was foraging for food one day, and it described a pain. Sounds like when it got sucked into one of the boxes. apart from the box, I'm going to say it's very typical Yagwai.
Yeah, but
It stops chewing for a minute as you start talking about it, and it's like, and then the burning, and then I hibernated for a long time.
yeah, Chifundo, Chifundo, I don't mean to be weird here, but can we actually keep a bear, because that thing has a box?
I honestly don't know. I can keep it placid for a while, but I think at some point it's going to get anxious to be what it is.
I mean, it's less dangerous than Martini was.
Face hoofs.
Sounds like Chifundo's found a whole new pet.
No, the Yaoi can put out more damage.
Fuck you.
So I don't know what to do here.
So Chifundo trades up from a Manticore kitty to a bear.
Out of character, the Manticore kitty imprinted on Chifundo as a This will at some point what was Fluttershy's apostle will just.
So it's better than Martini. We know it will betray us.
Ouch. Also, we don't know it will betray us. We may just wake up one day and it's 3 miles down the trail.
Also, Mina pokes Chifundo in the shoulder and goes, I was right.
Yeah, those are box in play.
I didn't expect a bear to pop out, but I was right.
So, Chifundo, again, that's a bear. Are we taking bears with us now?
I'm tempted to say leave it to live its life.
And what do we do about the clearly bad pony that's in the box with it? Or the other ponies we don't know?
From what Alguacil said, there's a damn raider in his box.
At this point, I think he was referring to Martini.
Yeah, his definition of a raider was a bit
pretty broad.
skewed.
Feel that burn!
Full disclosure, any of you could have been in there and you would all be raiders. Because to be fair, in his eyes, you were all raiders.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's what we're getting at.
To be fair,
a lot of you are almost raiders.
To be fair, in Aguasil's eyes, the bear would be a raider.
No, the bear would not be a raider. The bear is just a bear.
Put it like this: he's less likely to shoot the bear than he is one of us.
Yep.
The bear is a part of the natural order of things.
Now, I will admit that I didn't expect that anyone would have put a bear inside one of those boxes.
Moon, do you mind if I roll an intelligence? Because I've,
go for it.
As a character, as a player, I've kind of got a thing. Okay, so Moon, how reasonable would it for Chifundo to suspect that the bear was an early test subject?
So, since you got a nat 1, I believe it was with you that she was talking, but no, you heard a story from Coffee Stain mentioning Yaoguais.
Okay. Regale me with that one because I can't remember. Yeah, apparently from what Coffee Stain was saying that they did chuck bears in some of the boxes.
There you go.
Oh, wow, really?
There are logs of this, recorded logs of me telling that story through Coffee Stain.
So,
I think
Sunrise.
it was with you. It might have been with one of the other members, but I know you had a long powwow with her.
Okay. So, Sunrise, Chifundo looks at you with a very bemused smile. So, I got talking to Coffee Stain a while back. We discussed a lot of things, a lot of about past lives. I went to her about one past life in particular where you and her both killed me. But she mentioned at some point, while the two of you were experimenting with the boxers, that you experimented with putting a Yaguai in at least one of them.
All right. I have to ask, are you sure you want to tell her this right now? Because if so, this is going to be fun.
Oh, he, like I say, he looks at you with a bemused smile on his face, and he tells you that yes, you and Coffee Stain put Yaguais in boxers.
So you know that glassy overlook that Sunrise gets when she's
Finally, you
you know that look Sunrise gets when she's on a trip down memory lane where she just stares off into space like she's in a memory orb?
Mm-hmm.
Bye!
Looks at Nyota.
And it's at this point that Nyota walks over, shimmies under her, picks her up, and drags her back towards the building. I'm going inside until she recovers from this. We'll probably start moving tomorrow. Take it easy, everybody. We'll be back later.
I'm going to walk over to the bear, sort of say hi and suggest that there's nothing really we can do for the bear and that it should probably take a wander in a safe direction.
Because all bears have unique, fur patterns and looks and stuff. This is the same bear, isn't it?
This is one of them.
Okay, just making sure. Wait, what?
GG Moon.
One of them?
Moon, can I read out the statement exactly as you sent it to me?
Go for it.
Sunrise and Coffee Stain put the bear inside and experimented with putting random things in. You know, because they were bored.
When you hit true and more...
I remember that being mentioned.
Happened with that thought.
So should we take a break now while she just realizes all of this? Because I think I broke her.
I'm good. No, I'm good. Yeah, somebody clip that. I'm good. going through a memory of putting bears, as in plural, into boxes.
And so meanwhile, Sunrise, you were just kind of wandering.
Wait, I know how things go in boxes now.
There's this momentary. There are some details that are fuzzy. There are some things that are a little bit grainy that need a bit more resolution on them. But there's just an image of you essentially looking over at a coffee stain, going, "Watch me tag this bear," and you just effectively sneak up, stab it in the ass with a box.
I know how things get put into boxes now.
It's a little bit fuzzy for a moment.
I mean, we were basically.
No, I know how it's actually done now.
Sunrise, are you going to bed?
Am I going what?
Is Nyota putting you down for a nice little nap?
How long does the memory last?
It's effectively over in about 15 seconds. It's quite. I mean, do me a favor and roll luck.
Crit fail, crit fail, crit fail, crit fail.
Mythic, fuck you and the horse you rode in on. I failed.
I mean, for whatever reason, this memory orb has a Dukes of Hazzard's music in the background very, very quietly. And as you look around inside the memory, there isn't actually a source that it's coming from. At one point in time, you swear you hear a wizened old voice go, "Them Duke girls," and just go about attacking a bear.
So it seems like Mythic is turned into Mystic.
Yep, that's my name.
Also, as you stand, Mythic, he does not have a box.
Oh, damn. Just as a footnote, I don't have a box. I don't even get to protest the scan. It's just, yeah, you don't have a box.
You could.
I mean, you could protest, and that could have been the scan for someone else.
I feel like he would probably have many questions with the two walked up to him and just, "Can we see if there's a box in your chest?"
Well, the options is we actually cut him open and find out. That one you probably would not want, so.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I just learned that several of the boxes have a bear in them. I'm just imagining now that somewhere in the wasteland, there's this raider who just shot a guy, and the next day the raider wakes up to being mauled by a bear.
Oh, there are many fun stories of things popping out of things. So there would be freak stories. So there would be freak stories throughout the wasteland of children telling their parents, like, "Be careful because there might be a rat scorpion in there," or "Be wary of this thing." After hearing that, be careful for, you might want to check that small cupboard, it might contain a giant scorpion, lends a little bit of credence to itself. So actually checking the empty metal box.
So here's the fun one. I pray Sunrise and Co. didn't do that with several boxes to a pack of Timberwolves.
Even better, Raider kills a pony and eats him, and then the next day a Yagwai pops out of his chest.
Well,
I would have questions.
And all I can imagine is the Spaceballs special scene.
All I'm
saying, no, not again.
All I'm saying is that you would have to essentially find one of the box ponies, shoot them, butcher them, eat them, and find out what happened.
So what does recombulated flesh taste like?
I can't tell you in this life.
Are you really sure you want to, reproduce the experiment that produced me?
I'm just saying. There's only a handful of ways that answer goes, and you can't unlearn that information.
Yeah. Yeah, so how long am I out?
The memory itself only lasts about 15-20 seconds. That said, if you want to actually sleep, or, lay down and try and not be a part of the waking world, well, that's the beauty of tabletop. You can go, I'm going to sleep for 4 hours, unlike in real life where I'm going to sleep for 13. Or 3. There's no in between.
Or in my case, I wanted to go to sleep this evening and barely managed it.
You were on the no sleep end.
But you managed to bear.
Apparently.
Okay. Sunrise comes to in about an hour.
And yeah, I told the bear to make sure it wanders off.
And you all were expecting my character to pop out.
We're still not sure that it is.
Yeah.
We're still not sure the bear isn't your character. Hold my beer.
I mean, you were Buddy, great huge hulking sand dog.
Hi! This bag of hugs for $5. Hold!
Oh god, no, I am imaging more like
Let's face it,
popping out
we're
like
lucky
an
the bear
alien.
walked away and it's not a his character. Because otherwise, Sunrise would be trying to put a helmet on it right now.
God, I'm amazed you didn't try to put a helmet on it anyways. Like, here you go. This will protect you from crit damage.
Two weeks later, stories of a Yaogwai with a helmet start circulating around the wasteland.
So here's the thing: if you put a helmet on top of a Yaogwai, its headshots would either be down to 1.1 or no extra damage.
Dova bear.
You would just make an invincible Yaogwai.
Don't! People do it!
You make that sound like it's a bad thing.
So I'm writing this as a note to self. Get sentient Yaogwai, add body armor.
It's not sentient.
Yet.
For the record, the only reason you can speak with it is because you have a druid.
Go get one of those.
It is sentient, it's not
helmets.
sapient.
Go get one of those Transdoshan helmets plus body armor for bear.
Just armor one of those translation helmets into being an actual helmet. Oh fucking god!
Armed and armored for bear.
What's next? Give it a battle saddle? Jesus, can you imagine the size of weapons you could put on a battle saddle on a Yaogwai?
It's size 1 and it's around 800 pounds. You could put a lot on it.
I'm just imagining Sunrise puts body armor on it, mounts a heavy machine gun to the back of it, gets up on it, cocks it, and goes, "Let's do this!" And then suddenly we have Fallout Equestria bear cavalry.
Heavy machine gun on top and fucking twin get guns on each side.
Ah, yes. Obligatory.
Obligatory bear cavalry?
Obligatory armored bear cavalry.
Oh. Oh.
Alright, so fun with Wasteland Adventures later. So, Chifundo, you're telling the bear to just vamonos?
Yeah, suggesting it gets the heck out of here.
The bear will get the heck out of here.
Cool.
Check, General.
That about does it.
You know how the Ranger Service has Smokey the Bear? We have Boomy the Bear.
Well, no, that top bear would still be Smokey the Bear, but the Smokey would be referring to the
smoking barrels. What the fuck is that? Is that like a 50 mil?
That's a 7.62 minigun.
No, Adagio just posted another one. That is not a
That's a
rotary
rail
cannon.
gun.
That is... Jesus. Now, Mina, that's just silly.
Yeah, that's leftovers from Ruby.
It was at this point we realized we don't have to worry about the monkeys ending society. We have to worry about the goddamn bears.
Yep. Anyway, so Sunrise, you come to, and the Yaogwai is nowhere to be seen. But there isn't a wake of, damage that leads to the bear. It was like it was barely there. But yeah, it's a couple of hours later. The sun has actually gotten a chance to rise somewhat in the sky.
Sunrise looks at Nyota. We should probably catch that bear. That's the 4th out of 7 bears the Coffee Stain and I did that to.
That you know of.
I now know how things get put in the boxes.
I don't know that I actually want to know how you know that. And instead, I'm going to counter with, are you really saying we need to catch a bear and keep it nearby?
No. What I am saying is, it might be a good idea just to figure out a way to keep track of that bear.
There is some blinking and very confused facial expressions going on as he starts to tilt his head and why?
Well, we're in agreement the boxes are inherently dangerous, right?
No.
Apparently not always.
No, we're not. We haven't been in a very long time.
As the GM, that's 100% you.
I mean, at one point, Sunrise was putting creatures into boxes.
And apparently at one point you agreed with me that the boxes actually have a beneficial purpose for the wasteland. This is just one of the stranger applications you've apparently put them to.
You know what? That's fair. I'm still convinced that we should probably release most of the unwilling souls we put into those once I figure out how to do that part. But I now know how to put things in them. So that's half the equation?
Nyota face hoofs. And
they're
pinching the bridge of his nose.
Wait, what? 7 bears? What?
And looks at Sunrise.
That she knows of.
You've done this at least 7 times by your own admission.
Yes. Coffee Stain and I did this at least to 7 different bears.
Why?
Apparently, Coffee Stain and I were trying to make a 7 Dwarves reference with bears.
Okay, question number 1: what the fuck are dwarves? And second of all, why are there 7 of them?
Sunrise, you got some splaining to do.
Well, have you ever heard of Snow White and the 7 Short Ponies?
Okay, now you're reaching. And also, you fucking bitch, it would be Snow White and the 7 Shetlands.
That works. That also works.
Fuck yourself.
Yeah, have you ever heard of Snow White and the 7 Shetlands?
Is going to look at her in complete and utter non-recognition.
Oh, it's a children's story. We apparently decided to see if we could replace the Shetlands with bears.
What the fuck? Moon, what have you created?
Okay, so learning new things about you every day, and apparently I married a mad mare. I am equal parts confused and aroused by this revelation.
Can I just also say this shit is Quick Stitch level crazy.
When you find out that your wife, who suffers from chronic amnesia, is secretly Dr. Fallen.
You know, these are the things that I would expect out of Quick Stitch. These revelations are the sorts of things that I would expect out of Quick Stitch. Not because he's actually trying to be malicious with his actions. It's just more that he can. So why shouldn't he? You, on the other hand, I expect a little bit more.
Idea
out of you.
dwarfs are a derogatory
Your
term of
actions.
Shetland ponies.
I have to point this out. Who do you think Quick Stitch learned it from?
I mean, I was thinking that a lifetime of abuse at the hands of a group of raiders would probably have skewed his moral compass a little bit, but you're telling me now that you taught him?
Here and there in bits and pieces, and I'm the one that put him in the box.
Wait, you put Quick Stitch in the box?
I'm reasonably sure the answer to that question is yes, I did.
Nyota's face goes from joking and concerned to just straight up concerned. And the look is turning into more of a glare at this point.
Nyota, do I need to remind you that until this pass around, I was mostly not a good pony.
Takes a deep breath, lets it out.
I'm trying my best to make sure I don't repeat the past mistakes, and sometimes when I find out those past mistakes, I'm just as horrified about it as you. The reason why I'm taking it so calm this time is because I think I'm just getting used to the fact that before this I was a giant fuck up.
So the real reason you were angry with Martini is not because of his betrayal, but because he reminded you of you before now.
Yes.
10 XP.
Ooh. Oh, if only I was there to hear this.
Not only yes, but also because his betrayal literally almost cost all of us our lives. And this is the one life that I remember so far besides my one before the war that I actually want to keep.
Okay. You know what? Can we just put a pin in this for later and step back to the part where you're trying to convince me that we should go catch a bear?
Because that's any more sane.
Actually,
is at this point.
Catch that ghost bear.
First off, I said it might be a good idea, a consideration, if you will, but not something we probably should do at this time. Second, Nyota, I love you, But on any given day of the week, what is the level of normal for us just before crazy, insane batshit?
There's a level of normal.
So, why does any of this make you concerned at this point? Because I really don't have a problem.
Because it's not anybody else. It's not Quick Stitch. It's not Chifundo. It's not Scopolamina. It's not Mythic. It's not anybody else. It's you that did this.
Nyota, hun.
Anybody else, I could expect it from, because it's kind of crazy. It's kind of on that cusp of, like, you know, Chifundo goes really hard onto the spiritualism side of things and starts trying to make sure that everybody has an equal portion of life to go around. I could see that. Mina, the drugs, it just makes things, you know, seem like really good ideas. Mythic, I don't know why I lumped him in with all of this, but it's a possibility.
I'm sorry. Mythic's first action as a party member was to challenge
a pink Cazador to a duel.
And he hadn't challenged the one Cazador that would actually respond.
But at the end of all of this, throughout all of this, you've been the one trying to hold the level of, like, pre-wasteland normalcy, and everybody else has been breaking through to the other side and making crazy happen. And now I'm learning that a fair bit of the crazy that we're having to deal with right now is probably your fault.
Can I point out two things? One, after all of the crazy everyone else has done, I think I get a turn.
Besides, it's too late for an annulment to the marriage.
And two, it's
my turn on the crazy.
And stick with me here. I would happily stop this crazy train at this point if I could. But I don't think that's within my power anymore. So
I mean, I'm pretty sure that there's a nice large patch of dirt somewhere that's reasonably fertile that we could set up a farm and we could forget everything that just happened. I'm just saying, that is a possibility at this point.
I'm pretty sure half of the shit that just happened would somehow find its way back to us at some point.
I'm with that guy.
Now here's the question. How do you two know this hasn't happened before in your lives?
Nyota?
Dun!
I love you. That much I know. That much I hold on to. I understand and respect your concern.
I'm sensing there's a butt in here.
I am going to ask if you were genuinely not curious about all of the things I have to atone for at this point.
I mean, I'm pretty certain that list is a lot longer than other parts of my anatomy, so let's just go ahead and skip that part and move on to the part where you're trying to be better, and let's go from there. So,
okay,
let's reach an agreement here. The bear can stay, do whatever it wants to do. It's a fucking bear.
Oh God, Von, that's perfect.
I agree. What's your second point?
My second point is that we should probably try and figure out what we're going to do with the remainder of the caravan and the rest of this expedition we've been on, because I seem to recall that there's a place that we were trying to get to that the caravan happened to be going in the general direction of, and this is kind of derailed everything.
Also,
let's get back on track.
That's simultaneous post-on.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. You're also roughly at the halfway point. Checking on either of your pit maps would let you know that at this point in time, it is going to be just as far to double back to Silverfang as it would be to continue on.
Nyota has had a pit buck for so little an amount of time that it hardly registers on him to check these things regularly. So
I agree. In the meantime, just remember, your wife is crazy enough to suggest you should go catch a bear alive and tame it.
well, she's also crazy enough to have shacked up with somebody who's effectively one of the last people any zebra would ever want to see. So, you know, it swings and roundabouts.
Which explains your boner.
I did say, you know, confused, concerned, and aroused in equal parts. Yeah.
Shut up and close the door already.
Kicks door closed. Throws up silencing talisman.
And then they fucked.
That took a shot left turn.
What? Damn smooth, Nyota.
When the GPS says turn left now, and left now is a brick wall.
Even Paige sitting here going with popcorn coming out of her mouth and going, that went sideways and I was not expecting it.
And I must admit, I'd love to know what
escalated quick.
I'd love to see what Pink's reaction to that entire conversation.
Meanwhile, in her bubblegum candy fortress, where she secludes herself away from the world, is just staring, not watching in disgust, not watching in revulsion, but watching in confused horse noises as this went from fuck you, fuck me, okay. and Sunrise, as you close the door, as things are starting to get busy, you swear that on the edge of your peripheral vision, at the edge of your mind's hearing, you hear the sound of a video game console boot up and a door close. Fuck you, I play games. Alright, so turns are preoccupied as while they're bookending the round. What is everyone else doing?
We should check in on Mythic.
Yes.
Yes, check it on Mythic.
Let's look to Mythic for some sanity.
Fuck you, I'm mad at you, I'm disappointed at you. Fuck you, concerned. Fuck me! Okay.
Fuck you, fuck me.
You know, this suddenly became Game of Thrones in the wasteland.
It only just now reached that point? I thought we reached that point a long time ago when Buddy took one to the head.
This is just... I'm sorry, no, this is not Game of Thrones. This went Looney Tunes. In fact, I think Looney Tunes is saner than this.
And somewhere out in the wasteland, my character is drinking a bucket of ale.
For a second there, I thought you said a bucket of acid.
No, that's what they're fucking tripping on.
We'll find that character soon.
I need to put the kettle on. I need to give my voice a break. My throat's sore from not laughing.
Yeah, no, I need to go and get some beverage. My throat is dry and I'm drowning in my own spit.
Yeah, I need coffee. I need something to drink.
I need to get my head on
I need a cigarette. I don't smoke.
No, I've got plenty of nicotine right now. I'm good on that.
Okay. Well, during the break, as promised, I will show the thing again for you, everyone who missed it. So I'm going to cut off all my things and mute my Discord. And those of you here, stick around because you're about to get a treat that, again, is not being put on YouTube for several months, and you won't see it anywhere else for a very, very long time. This is paid for fully by you guys. So every little bit helps because this one piece that you're about to see cost almost $700.
As fires burn out from yesterday, a wandering mare's found a better way. For just as night seems most dark, the sunrise comes to warm our hearts. From the ashes of war, through the blood and the gore of man once born in this world that is torn, a fruit that cannot just be stopped or forgot will rise to overcome all odds. And with every new day through the forest that we play, as we push fear away and remember the ways of a man who was kind and whose words will remind. As fires burn out from yesterday, a wandering mare's found a better way. For just as night seems most dark, the sunrise comes to warm our hearts. From the ashes of war, through the blood and the gore of man once born in this world that is torn, a fruit that cannot just be stopped or forgot will rise to overcome all odds. And with every new day through the forest that we play, as we push fear away and remember the ways of a man who was kind and whose words will remind.
So yes, we are on a brief break, everyone. No, that will not be shown again tonight. That is the last time. It will not be reposted for till I am ready to post it. The original scheduled date for it to go completely live with the full credits included is Everfree Northwest. You can thank WB for the animation and Fauna Joy for the individual models. Once the animation is fully released, we will also be releasing the models. So you can then take it to other animators and be like, here's some SFW models, please use them for XYZ. And I am turning the leash off and letting you do whatever you want with them. However, until such time, I must stress this and cannot stress this enough, you may not post that. You may not post any part of that video whatsoever, anywhere. period. The music, of course, can be posted because it's already been put up and given to the public, but that piece is currently still proprietary and behind closed doors. I'm giving you all a nice little preview of it for being here for this stream. But no, you may not repost that, you may not clip that, you may not keep that as a private entity, period, until it is released to the public. This is still technically all rights reserved. In the meantime, enjoy the break.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yep. Hey.
You know where I've come from, but not from how far. Our journey's so ruthless, I still bear the scars. And what matters ain't that the world's
It's not
Still trying to
over.
figure that one out.
what kind of life we will spend.
I'm trying to be better, but still miss the mark. And each time I save you, I'm left in the dark.
So this is how you seduce Samira, then.
I'll be by your side. My love for you ain't gonna
Does this work every time?
You explain to her repeatedly that she's crazy.
I should try this.
Hey, it worked for Fundo, for Yoda, for Quick Stitch. Jesus Christ, it actually does work.
Run dry 'neath a blackened
No,
out sky,
that's just like
and all the dead trees are falling.
My easy breath blank. Tell me your secrets.
Saying that now, we can actually post screen grabs from it like that onto the main server.
Decision is needed for those who survive of whether you'll be left alive.
Yeah, so long as it's not the full animation, or not sure.
No. He just said, do not clip it, do not put pieces of it out yet. Wait.
I thought she just literally showed it at the start of the stream in full.
But now, there's more to be done to it.
No, what's going on is this is the special preview for the people that watch the stream live.
At that point, I'm sorry, I did not realize
Probably okay. No one else.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to ask her about that one.
That's not Mad Max dad. That's Stalin Pony.
Exactly.
Yeah, Mad Max is.
I mean, you seem to forget. He and Martini got drunk and sang the Russian national anthem, despite it not existing in this world.
There you go. I think that sums up Nyota. All of that combined into one single pony.
Yeah, but Nyota's is still addicted to that particular little piece of crazy.
Oh, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh, there he is.
Hey.
I say, Adagio, I think I managed to quantify the amount of concern that was in Iota at points during that conversation.
Let me guess, General?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not incorrect there.
Yep.
So, at what point are you guys going to explain all of this to me? I find it hilarious that during all of this, he has not been. He has never once been. He has
when are we going
no
to explain
clue.
all of this to Mythic is up for debate. Also, Linzavi, we can hear you chewing.
I wasn't chewing. Sorry.
When we're going to explain all this to Mystic? Good question.
I mean, this is in the realm of explaining the birds and the bees to 6-year-olds.
No. This is in the realm of explaining to a deep-seated, sheltered Christian that Cthulhu exists.
That's impossible. God would deal with, oh God.
God is the new is of the new group. These are one of the elder gods. Congratulations. There is something older and more terrifying than God.
Well, I'm scared now.
Also, what the fuck is Spitfire doing awake at 4:43 in the morning?
Being a Spitfire and doing what I would normally be doing at that hour in the morning, and probably playing video games, ignoring the fact I'm supposed to be in bed, because she's incredibly stressed out because she's still waiting on one of her professors to get back to her about her grade.
That's fair.
Not that the grade is bad, it's just that it hasn't actually been submitted.
Ooh.
Why is Father Stalin a pony?
because it's Mad Mac's dad.
You can't prove that.
His coat's there.
It can either be proved or disproved.
Hold on.
I can. He wears the coat.
Moon, if I just take it and Photoshop his coat on it, is it Mad Mac?
Well, Stalin can't be his father because although Stalin had a son who was a drunk, he was completely incompetent, and Big Mac is not incompetent.
Mad Mac.
He's constantly drunk, and just because you're incompetent doesn't mean you can't make good guns on occasion. Particularly incompetent, we know that.
He lost a hockey team.
And he's not Canadian.
They got you there.
Well, damn. Well.
Okay, had to double check. If you Photoshop a coat onto him, it's going to look a lot like Mad Mac, but it is not Mad Mac's father.
Grandfather.
Just own up to it, Moon. Just own up to it.
Is Joseph Stallion.
Oh, I'm not owning up to shit. You're wrong. All of y'all are wrong and misreferences.
I will find it now.
Anyway. Is everyone good to continue, or would you like to just warp to wherever in the wasteland Arvana is?
I don't know which way the I have already told Arvana that if the party proceeds to pull something purple on me, that I can find a way to get the character in. That's not a problem.
Okay,
I need to know I need to know which way. No. I need to know which way the group is going. I need to know what the group is doing. I'm trying to keep I see.
We're continuing on to the objective after a rousing day of remembering putting bears in boxes and then angry hate sex that turns into makeup sex.
I don't think there's any hate. It's more concern sex.
Also, I don't want to hear anything more about how the Philly Scouts put drugs and things being bad. We didn't put any bears in our cookies.
I'm gonna correct
We don't
you
know
there. There is a form of Philly Scout cookie that is literally made with bear mincemeat.
I mean, there's also the ones that just are essentially.
At least my bear's still alive.
No, technically putting it in the box killed it.
Is it alive right now?
The bear himself
bye.
said he hibernated for a long time.
Then it doesn't count. It's still alive, sort of.
Our definition of alive has become incredibly very flexible over the last couple of, I don't know, what session of this moon? 96?
Is the virus alive?
Yes.
Exactly. Science can't answer that question.
Yes, Carl, it's Schrodinger's bear.
And you let it walk away.
Well, Chifundo kind of quietly suggested that it walked away while Sunrise got busy.
Thank you for the gift, Carl. I hope Draconis enjoys it. Everybody give Carl some applause in chat. Or a salute. Either of those is fine.
Yay.
Yay. In the meantime, I'm going to turn this back over to Moon and just sit down for Sunrise's wild, wild ride.
Okay. So
did Moon just did someone just lose like their entire lunch?
I think it was your phrasing.
Okay. No, I choked on a bit of coffee.
Oh, okay.
I'm fine. I just attempted to swallow and breathe.
You know, I didn't realize it till now, but there's a naked sunrise on this scarf. It's not lewd, it's just nude.
I mean, horses are naturally naked. It's when they put on clothes that it becomes an effort, that kind of thing.
We don't normally wear clothes.
That means they're naked all the time. Alright, but no, seriously. So, Nyota and Sunrise come out of a room after taking a very aggressive nap.
With the box of family friendliness.
It's always a weird three-way with that box. Okay,
The army of Fiaura has a new officer. Welcome,
so the
sir.
two of you come out of there. If you were going to talk to the town's ponies before you went off, otherwise, if you come out, they've made their way back. Let's see. There is also so Mythic Blade. Well, this is all going on. What are you doing? Because you weren't privy to suddenly bear.
Look out the window with a bunch of glowing and commotion. Probably nothing. Probably sees Diana and Sunrise walk in, hears a lot of fuck you, no fuck me, yes please, wait.
You just hear the room go quiet, like someone hit the mute button. And then the rest of the town's ponies are just a little bit uncomfortable, but also like good for them. The mayor is just like, the mother is just straight up holding the kids against her, like, don't listen. We'll have this conversation when you're older.
And then there's the silencing talisman, so they have to stop, so they don't even have to listen to it.
And the mother's just, okay, that was uncomfortable. Why did it go quiet? And the kids are all aw, and the griffins are all aw.
I have very little doubt that
does not exist in the wasteland.
I have very little doubt that a griffin has found a peephole and is currently watching.
It's not actually one of the griffins. It's one of the adventurous ponies.
Do they have a camera?
No.
Oh.
But
they will never unsee this.
So while the two of you are taking care of that, that leaves Mythic, Chifundo, and Mina. And actually, after the bear was taken care of, I assume that's when the two of you would have came back to try and scan Mythic.
Yes.
So Mythic, there are suddenly the two of these ponies who are with the Crazy Brigade. And
Yes.
they're just asking you to stand still so they can scan you with magic.
Yes. Bubblegum flanks and drug horse. He's just gotta. How do y'all word this to him? How do you approach this pony who has absolutely no goddamn idea what a box is? He's heard y'all say some things, but he has no clue.
Chifundo will rhyme at you that we just want to take a closer look at you.
Well, far be it for me to stop you from looking at me, but what sort of purpose would you have? Unsure if that was pass or not.
It's nothing major. Just want to find out whether or not you have a very powerful magical item stuck inside
you. Did we just say that?
Yep. So you got to make sure you get that in the story that they say that the song you're not there doesn't matter.
So they say to Mythic, and I'm going to quote this, that he might have a very powerful magic item stuck in him.
Just about we said it at the same time.
His eyes narrow, his head kind of tilts slightly.
She got it in stereo.
I cannot see any of this going horribly wrong at all.
I'm gonna have to ask you to explain what it is. What exactly this powerful magic item inside of me is.
Quick, get him!
Well, you remember how myself, Sunrise, Nyota, Martini had kill or capture because we can't necessarily be killed. We can, but not permanently, at least not easily.
I recall it saying something about you were all regenerators, and I recall several times when Lemon Lime and all the rest of y'all are talking about something about boxes this, boxes that, something about being killed and then being reconstructed from a box. And then there was that weird notebook that I read through.
Wait,
you think one of those things?
Notebook? Where?
Shoot. Who has that currently? Who of the party has that currently?
I haven't had a chance to read it, but I am in possession of it.
Yay!
He's like the notebook, the one that that one Martini found back at the bunker. I read it. Sunrise, I believe, currently is in possession of it, and I believe a
Yes,
couple of you were there.
I haven't had a chance to read it yet. Between guard duty, combat for life or death, and life reaffirming marital relations.
Oh no! Wait, that's right. Everyone in the group has seen it. They should know what he's talking about.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So, yeah, so we're all kind of stuck inside some boxes, which kind of, when one of us that has a box dies, another pony comes out. Except Sunrise. There's something different about her box.
That is like a lot of stories that I've ever heard of. Ponies being reborn, regenerated, call you what. So you think one of those is insane?
So, yeah, we just want to see if one's inside you because, well, we just found out that one of the attacking ponies that came after us had a box inside of them. But surprisingly to us, it wasn't a pony that came out or any other sapient creature that came out. It was a Jaguar, which was a new one on us. But we wanted to see if you've got a box inside you, if that's okay. ...
There was a bear inside the pony. The pony turned into a bear.
The bear part's not important. It really is not.
No, I feel like that. No, I feel like that was a very important part of this conversation.
The bear's walked off. It's fine, and it's looking for food in the nearby forest. It's not a problem.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure that that's just, pre-war ponies' sense of humor.
Is this a normal occurrence? He takes out like a notebook about to start writing.
Lifts up the hoof and does the pony equivalent to that thing where you hold your hand flat and kind of rapidly tip it side to side. I mean, it's within the bounds of
it's a normal
the normal thrower thing. I wouldn't say it's normal. It's a bit more unusual, but not beyond possibility for us.
It's not Tuesday, Wednesday normal, but maybe Sunday normal.
Well,
or any given day of the week between Wednesday and Friday, because even the days of the week spell W2F at that point. That's in character.
Yeah, you know what? No, that's understandable. Consider my curiosity turned into concern. And how exactly do you go about just figuring out if they have boxes in their chest?
So we both gently probe you. I send a bit of spiritual energy at you. Mina sends a little bit of arcane.
Mina's literally going, yeah,
you.
gentle, yeah.
All right, Miss Crane.
Freezing. Oh, gentle. Okay,
gentle,
I was
yes.
afraid you were going to do something, I don't know, really drastic, like shoot me or something.
Oh, no, we've...
No, that's not very scientific.
We've never actually had to shoot anybody to find out if they've got a box in. The first time was back in Silverfang when something weird showed up on Sunrise's X-ray after she jumped onto that grenade.
That is a good way to determine if one has a box in oneself or not, but it is a 100% mortality rate type test.
So, yeah, the first time we found out was when Sunrise got X-rayed after she purposefully jumped on a grenade.
She shooted up on a grenade. It just kind of mumbles that as you're going.
But
You see all the armor she wears.
there's lots of ways we can do it. This is just the least dangerous way of doing it away from medical equipment.
Oh yeah, X-ray would be much more scientific and much safer, but we don't have one. I mean, the other standard way is we could actually like cut your chest open and see, but that would be very painful. So I don't
Violently
suggest that.
face hooves.
Well, I'm glad to hear that y'all's first method of checking these boxes out is not cutting me open, because I assure you that probably would not end well for.
So, do you mind if it should only take a few moments?
Well, no, sure, one. I won't be the worst thing. Right. That's not going to like do something serious to me on a spiritual level.
No.
Nah.
I've actually got a. Where is he made an exit? What moon?
I'm worried that you're now going to be like, okay, but what if it's surprise bears?
Jesus.
That is
Christ.
never not legitimate.
I mean, there's at least a 99% chance that you will not turn into a bear.
I'm just going to point out that Moon has now made surprise bear a thing.
Surprise bear is now on the table.
And it's a 50-50 chance if we mean big, hairy, heavily bearded pony or actual motherfucking bear.
So are you going to get an accidental bear or an accidental bear?
I'm scared. I need an adult. I know I'm already an adult, but I need an adultier adult. Like an adult better than I.
There are people who would tell you that I'm an adultier adult. That they would be fucking liars.
All right, go ahead.
So, Moon, you mean something like this?
Yes. Okay, so you're going to scan Mythic, though?
Yes, we're going to scan Mythic. Did we need to throw a new set of rolls, or I can't remember. Did we?
So the two of you gather your magics. They coalesce inside the Bladesman, and there is no box. There is a little bit of a fire, but there is no box. Now, it's not something that it would be completely new to Mina. She hasn't encountered anything like this before. But in some of just the stray wastelanders you've gone over, you would have seen a similar spark before. What it is and what it correlates to, you're not sure, but it's not just a dull void like you have seen on many.
So, I see a spark, did you say?
Yes, as opposed to nothing, which is what you see in a lot.
Okay, while I'm still holding that kind of level of attention, I turn my attention back to Mina and focus on her.
Same kind of spark. It burns a different color, but if you had to take a guess, that's from all of the drugs.
No, not from. This is not from. Oh, she just has a different aura or anything like that because she's a different personality. No, it's the fucking drugs, man.
I mean, the thing is still there, but it's definitely a drug-colored flame.
I was gonna say her flame is a Bunsen burner.
And as you go around, you think you actually. So when you're scanning like this, you are. As you're scanning through the lot of them, because as you're giving the same level of detail, there's a little bit of splash. It's not a lot, and it wouldn't necessarily be enough to spot a box in a crowd. But you just get odd pings that there might be another one of those little sparks there. But for the most part, no, there doesn't appear to be anything outside of the normal in this room. I swear to you that statement's not a lie.
Looks back to Mythic. No, you're a normal pony. You don't have to worry about being stuck in an endless cycle of death and confused rebirth.
Honestly, I was just more worried about being turned into a bear, but
it doesn't turn you into the bear. It's just that there's a bear residing in the box, and it was the bear's turn to come out.
Yeah, I mean, Martini came out of a griffin, so.
these boxes, they are quite strange.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what else to say about them.
We've been studying them for the last 6 months since myself, Nyota, and Sunrise woke up in a pool of water together filled with skeletons.
Why couldn't I have a cool opening like that? All I'm doing is just looking for a dumb blade after having it stolen. I don't like to talk about it.
We all had our equipment stolen, and there was a bit of fear and worry and weirdness. Might sound cool, but it was a bit freaky, to be honest.
Admittedly, it does sound about that much.
Of course, the good news is now if you hang around with us, it just means you're going to be like me. They're always going to want to kill you.
You don't have a box?
Oh, I don't have a box.
No, I guess I assume with all the drugs you don't need one.
I'm not sure how to take that.
Wow.
That was about as neutral as a statement as I could make. And probably a little bit of a jab to lighten things up.
But no, you're perfectly normal, which is kind of refreshing to see, to be honest.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
I'm sorry, Mina, I think at some points when we were fighting the ambush, I'm pretty sure you were breaking the sound barrier.
That was perfectly normal. Drugs.
Pretty sure I saw you disappear from reality.
Okay, those weren't exactly normal drugs, but...
Oh no, you said it right. Perfectly normal, comma, drugs.
Well, with that out of the way, is there anything else I can help you all with? I do have a bit of an important question to ask you all, though. Especially moving.
Go ahead.
And I feel like I should probably be asking the small green one at Sunrise. But, what are y'all going to do?
We're looking for more answers to do with the boxes. We're trying to figure out what they are, and we know they came from the time before the war, or the time before the bombs. We're kind of trying to work out what the ponies were doing.
Seems like they were doing an awful lot if there's more than one box.
So on Sunrise's pit book, there's a map showing locations which seem to be important to looking at what's going off with these boxes. So that's where we're headed.
All right. What about the caravan? You simply plan on turning them loose, or?
Well, I mean, other than a few of them, they're mostly wiped out.
Well, the caravan itself's fine. It was, I think, just the few who were part of the ambush, which...
Just the leader and the two pullers. Yeah.
Also the Pegasus, wasn't it?
That one got away.
So, are the lot of you inquiring about the caravan, who is with them, who is whatnot, allowed to the room, or you're just kind of talking amongst yourselves and ignoring the PCs, or ignoring the NPCs?
I mean, if any of them, they're not under any kind of arrest or anything. We've not got any reason to be worried about them. If any of them do anything suspect or approach us, would certainly be.
As a lot of you were talking, like, well, none of those. One of the griffins, as well, two of the ponies were away, but a couple of the town's ponies and Peregrine, since I can see him the easiest, will speak up, and they both inform you, the griffins specifically, that they were hired on for protection in the first place, but that the town's ponies, when they were each brought on, back when they were brought on in the way back, or back when they joined up in the way back, they were each asked if any of them could fight, and the ones who were combatants tended to stay closer to the leader, and the ones who were non-combatants, who were just there for protection, were kind of kept away or kept in the back.
No, but that just means the ones of a more mercantile nature are the ones that are still left.
The griffins kind of shake their head. No, that's part of the reason that two of us were gone. The two of us are missing. When everything broke out, we were a bit away doing some scouting. We got requested to come and join and just start gunning down the lot of you. They tried to tell us that it was an attack, that, I think what I'm trying to say is that this was supposed to be a hit.
Oh, we're quite aware of that.
No, but I mean a lot worse of a hit. I think those two raided up meatheads that you took out and buried out there just forgot that they weren't supposed to start, the townsman speaks up, just, they weren't supposed to start attacking us for no reason.
So, what were your all intentions?
The townsfolk that are there just look amongst each other, going, "We were just trying to get from one town to another. It's dangerous out here. We can't speak for the adventurous ones. They have currently snucken off to go and loot. But the griffins would speak up next. We were hired to kill anything that threatened the caravan. When we kind of figured out, a little too late, unfortunately, but when we figured out what was going on, we were not about to just whack some random ponies that were traveling with us for quote-unquote protection."
No, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
It's not really work-like, but
that's not a bad thing.
They each kind of take turns speaking, but it's boils to we've been thinking, and we think that it might have been less of an official, some kind of official bounty, and more the smallest griffin will pull out this. It's a red card. It actually seems very similar, if not identical, to the ones that they had on them. And this one isn't as, for lack of a better term, cloaked. as well as the other ones are. There are still identifying markings. It doesn't look like things got scratched off or covered up. It's not that they look less legitimate, and more that this one doesn't care who finds it, as opposed to the other one trying to be very careful with it. Actually, let me see.
So, bounties.
Yeah. Hold
on. Bounties intended more to be taken up by raiders and thieves than those who we normally associate with.
So it's 2 cards. So there's 2 cards, not the one. The one's a bit more pristine. It's got very specific directions, and it appears to just be. Oh, fuck. Where the hell are? All right. I have to wing it slightly. The ones say to bring the card, that it lists a certain set of bars in major towns to bring them to, and God damn it, I do not have the note in front of me. All right. So the first one that he pulls out is, it's essentially a raider bounty. It tells you a few places that you can bring one in. In some cities that there's drops, who to look for. This is one of the ones that still has the part you're supposed to detach so that it can't be traced back. Other one, the other one, I need the 2 of you to make me a lore check at a +10. Mythic, you can also attempt this lore check, but you do not get the +10.
Nice.
So it's a little fucky, and Mina, it's a very old symbol, but it's one of the things that they actually covered in one of the various Daily Scout badge training classes. Just one of the history ones, one of the fundamental ones, one of the ones that you never expected to really come up in use. You recognize the symbol on here as one of the earliest symbols that the Enclave used when they first formed. It's not the current one, and it's not one that's been used in a very long time. But you do recognize this symbol from your studies.
It would not surprise me that the Enclave is involved in this.
Do you actually say that it's an Enclave symbol?
Yeah, this is an old Enclave symbol.
So the card that they showed you, it's no one in particular. It lists the name, it lists the cutie mark and a coat color, but it's not one of you. It's no one that you've heard of. It's just someone random in the wasteland.
Okay, what about the other one?
Again, the same thing. The other one is just a random person. This one's the Raider bounty card. It's just a random person, and the reason on here, the other one listed, there is no reason. It's just a bounty card. The other one listed reasons for pissing off the crew. You got to break some skulls, and it's just essentially you either go and just beat the crap out of them or bring in a bounty.
Cool. Okay.
Interesting.
So
that story.
So you're thinking that the ones that were behind the ambush were taking up bounties intended for those who don't follow regular society?
Peregrine would not snatch the cards out away from you, but just have a talon extended. It's
hands them back.
Put it away. It's less that they're bounties that don't jive with the rest of society. These are called dark bounties. They're not regulator backed. They're not really backed through any official channels. And as long as you have the caps or the currency to put forth, I mean, I've seen things from as simple as find my dog to, please go get my kids back, all the way up to, the common ones are usually go and intimidate this one, go and assassinate this one. But there are organizations where if you can throw down the money, they'll get it done.
And do you think this crew was part of one of those organizations? Or just working with them?
It might have been that organization for all we know. She was quite organized.
Yeah, still, I have a lot. This has a lot to do with the fact that I think we really pissed off the Enclave.
Well, I mean, we did kind of mess up one of the raptors.
You only caused them 500,000 bits worth of damage.
Speak easy.
Nearly shot down a raptor.
No, we didn't shoot it down. We didn't shoot it. We crippled it.
We put a raptor in dry dock for 4 months.
And on top of that, cost them several squadrons of their soldiers, and left them questioning how much they should actually trust a few of their leaders. Yeah, I'd say we pissed them off.
I left them a box of cookies.
I'd say, with the box of cookies, I think they might be a bit miffed.
Oh, yeah,
and ran off with one of their prizes.
There were 4 cookies, and that's why it was kill her on sight.
Say, we also made off with one of their prizes as well.
It was our prize before it was theirs. Or it was Nyota's prize before it was theirs.
I think they're just a bit miffed.
Are we on the British scale of being annoyed at things?
Yes.
No, this goes beyond miffed. Now we're full on chuffed.
Chuffed is, I'm happy with something.
Yes, because now we get to go pound Enclave faces in.
Telling you, can't trust Pegasi.
Well, Nyota, you're going to have to wait to go pound the Enclavers because you're busy pounding something else right now.
I mean, priorities. I'm pounding the thing that's the most important in my life right now.
Exactly. Priorities. Pounding priorities. All right. So, yeah. So a lot of you figure that out. They'll mention that to the 3 of you.
But one thing I would like to ask for the caravan ponies that are still in the area is, what do they plan on doing next?
What?
What do they plan to do next?
They look to you, and it's, well, I mean, or the stealthy ninja one, just essentially, I mean, you've effectively imprisoned us. I'm pretty sure that we're just going to get taken back to wherever and thrown in maximum security or shot.
Looks at the stealth pony. No, we imprisoned you. The rest of you, as far as we can tell, are neutral in this.
Legitimate business ponies trying to live their lives.
Yeah. I mean, if you all suggested you got places you wanted to be at the end of all this.
I mean, there's a perfectly good caravan here with no leader.
I presume you would all appreciate an extra set of hooves and eyes keeping an eye out for trouble, at least until you get to the next settlement.
The barrel will stay quiet, not really saying or doing anything. The stealth earth pony or the ghillie suit earth pony will just essentially say, "Look, the only thing that I want to do right now, just let me get a prosthetic for her. You don't even need to I don't even need to sit there inside such a fit. Let me just get the thing put together so she can at least hobble around a little bit." I fully expect to be taken into some kind of custody, maybe released somewhere in the desert. I don't know. I don't care. I would like to get out of here before that crazy green horse changes her mind and puts a bullet into us.
That's fair.
No, she's not changing her mind.
Or the hate seeker proceeds to remove our limbs and beat us to death with them.
That's also very.
I mean,
let's not forget me. I may just shoot you with fancy bolts of light.
Not helping.
Yeah. Look, the anger has passed, or at least the heat of the anger has passed. Decisions have been made, and as a group, we will stick by those decisions, so long as you don't give anybody any reasons to change their minds about you. Which then leads us back to the question, especially to those of you who were caught in the crossfire. What do you plan on doing next?
The other town's ponies, as well as the little griffins, will just kind of shrug. We heard there's some towns nearby. At this point in time, we would like to be out of the wastes for a night. Someplace where we're not getting shot at, where bullets aren't flying. Tomorrow brings something different, but what's most important right now is that we just leave.
Well,
you all have been nice. You have been kind. You have protected us. But wherever you are, violence and catastrophe seems to follow. So forgive us if and they're all just kind of nodding at this point, urging on the spokesman. So forgive me and forgive us if this comes out a little bit bitter, but we would like to go someplace where you're not going to find us.
We'll hold up a hoof and gently nod. No, I understand, and that's fair.
That's not unreasonable considering.
I made the offer because while unwitting participants in it, we were part of the reason you're in this mess. So that is why I offered. But I also understand why you are hesitant to accept.
The Griffin with a Napoleon complex looks to you and just looks to everyone a moment and nods once. We have decided that we're all going to stay together. That the one thing we have in common right now is each other. Well, the two things that we have in common right now are each other, and he proceeds to just point to the building that they're standing in, and, well, all of this.
Well, my suggestion is
Sunrise, you're not here.
Oh, did you guys go in another room? Because I thought we were all sitting in the same room.
No, you two are off. You two are off in another room, fucking at the minute.
which is why
Box
there are
of
2 pounds
family
on it.
friendship.
Friendship.
Remember,
Friendly.
friendship is magic. And it's very quiet sex since there's a talisman involved.
I'm pretty sure Fundo's the only one with the charisma to get railed and have a good conversation while he's at it.
That would take a degree of willpower Chifundo's not exactly renowned for. Where was I? So they just said that. We said that. Well, in that case, I will simply wish you all well. Hopefully, you don't need that luck, but I wish it upon you anyway.
They give you warm looks. They are still really unsure what to believe and are still very just shook up by the whole experience. But as they each pass you by, there's either just the equivalent of a handshake, a small hug, or some kind of shoulder bump. But they are getting the hell out of Dodge.
I sure don't blame him. What about me? Will I ever get to see them again?
Well, that's up to you.
You can
go with them. You can come with us. You can go your own way.
And yes, as everything's going, Soft-Spoken's going to pass by you and go, "Play dear, are you coming or are you staying?"
He kind of looks between the Caravaneers. He kind of looks at Chifundo and Mina for a moment, and there's this moment where he knows his decision here. He can either follow the crazies into his probable death, or he could totally just follow these ponies and live a wonderful, calm life. We all know exactly what he's going to do as he turns to Drug Mare and Bubblegum flank. So that begs the big question: would you all have me if I were to stay with you?
Well, that's still up to Little Green.
For me, you can certainly stick around. I mean, you've proven to be competent, and well, as you've seen, just proving competent lately seems to be a singing praise for any pony at the moment. Certainly, the more of us that work together, the safer we are. And who knows, maybe we can help you find your sword.
Kind of looks thoughtful for a moment. He'll look back at Soft-Spoken. Oh no, he'll look at Soft-Spoken. He'll look at all three of them and go, "You know what? I will ask Sunrise whenever and if she comes out of there, if she would prefer me to, if she would like me to stay with y'all or not. If not, I can always catch up with the caravan. If so, well, I guess it will be quite a bit before I see y'all." He says at the mayor. Yeah, Peregrine.
So she'll look at you one more time and go, "So I guess this is goodbye for a little bit."
Goodbye is such strong words. How about see you later?
She smiled. I like that. She'll give you a kiss on the cheek and kind of hurry out of there with her kids. They limp after her. They're just like, "Bye, bye, crazy sword horse. Bye, crazy sword horse."
I don't know. I've got to rethink this because you're obviously a moron. I mean, you have a perfectly good woman. Why would you not go after?
You are correct, first of all. Second of all, I do have something I need to go after. You know, if you will.
Yeah, okay, I can understand that, kind of.
And if Goddess or whoever up there wills it, I'll see her again. I'll see all of them. Or, you know, if you want to be as a group, and that'll be shrug.
Like half an hour later or so, the married couple would make their way out. Or, well, actually, 10 minutes later, you hear the scurrying of 2 more ponies making their way out of a side room and just hauling ass after the group. About another 10 minutes after they had left, Nyota and Sunrise would have been the time that Nyota and Sunrise make their way out.
Plenty of time to make pleasant small talk.
Guess they headed back to Silverfang.
Yeah, well, you were in there a long time, so.
But he's not exactly fast. Not that I'm unappreciative.
Smirks.
I really want to ask, does he sneak up on you, but I won't.
Once. He's done that once.
But yes, the other ponies were anxious to depart before proximity to us brought another catastrophe
I think
upon
our
them.
particular brand of crazy needs to be spaced out a little bit from everyone else.
They just needed a vacation from our crazy.
Thank you.
Our reputation.
On a plus note, Mythic asks that he be allowed to accompany us.
Are you sure about that, Mythic?
Alright, so we got off on the wrong hoof. And I'll admit it, I didn't exactly trust a lot of you when we first met. But, well, you kind of see where that went, not trusting you. If you would have me, I would follow you. It would give me the best chance to find the sword that I searched for, and perhaps. Or, you know, I could just find my death. You know, either or is fine.
Well, I really wish the others hadn't already left, because then we would have an actual choice, because as it stands, our choices are leave you here by yourself with your navigation ability, all of, I assume, nothing, or take you with us.
I'm pretty sure he'd catch up.
Hurt at that. Like, he clutches his chest a little bit, kind of grunts. Ah, jeez. Come on, you don't even know me that.
Okay, so add that to the list of character traits. Melodramatic.
Hurry, Sue.
Fucking 4 prides to pride. Thanks, Sunrise.
Pride damage!
Pride damage, wow, okay.
But she does have a point. You would be left trying to find them on your own, and granted the tracks are fresh, I'm not entirely sure you're up to the task of tracking a caravan.
Well, if I don't find them, I'll find something. It's worked for me thus far.
To be fair, he would have like a plus 30 to track the caravan. It doesn't exactly have the ability to sneak.
It was more a joke than anything.
No, I'm just telling you, something like that would be very easy to try.
Alright.
So you say, actually, I would have a good chance of doing that. I got a 40 in survival.
Mythic. Ground rules. 1. If we get into combat, I'm the closest thing we have to an officer who's had any training. If I ask you to do something, it is because I can't do it myself, and it would prevent us from putting our lives at higher risk. Agreed?
I've respected your word thus far, so agreeable.
2, if you're going to do something that affects anyone else in the party, please inform the rest of the party first.
I try not to make it a habit of not telling my allies I'm going to do something dangerous.
And 3, this is not a dictatorship. We genuinely have to agree on the course of action before we do it, and we have to set terms and conditions. My biggest term and condition is, I don't care if they're raiders, we actually give them a chance to be better before we shoot them. Clear?
Most of the time.
Points at the bear outside.
He roared, I shot the shot in the air to prove that I could roar back.
Squints at you in.
I don't like that the logic is actually sound. The shotgun does outroar most bears.
And to be completely fair, that's a better response than she had to Snuggles.
Oh my god!
Snuggles' mother. To be fair, Snuggles' mother had literally just eaten her whole.
I have to give Chifundo the point there, hun. Snuggles' mom had just tried to swallow me whole.
No,
yeah,
no, there was no try. She succeeded. The only thing she failed to do was digest you.
And I'm going to point out that large predatory mammal is aggressive towards you, and instead of shooting said mammal, you pointed the gun in the air and pulled the trigger. You're coming a long way in that therapy.
Well, no. See, a bear is one thing. A manticore is an entirely different thing. I've seen ponies tame bears. I've never seen a pony tame a manticore.
I have a quick question I'm going to cut in with. Is this all in character or out of
Yes, this is all in
character. Yes, this is all in character.
And I would like to point out that I know at least one Zoni who did.
So, that much said. Mythic, do you have anything you want us to do besides let you come with us for some crazy half-minded quest against the Enclave that now has a bounty on our heads that could keep someone wealthy for several generations?
Oh, and don't forget that you're likely just to get one that says kill you because you don't have a box. Oh, by the way, we determined he doesn't have a box.
He's just kind of look thoughtful at all of this for a second. He's gonna hold up a hoof. I'm not going to ask for much. This is not really my place to ask for much. I have several questions I would like the answers to, and I believe most of those are probably off limits. So
okay, well, let me get dinner started, and we'll do a question and answer session. How about that?
Breakfast. It's still like ass o'clock in the morning.
Okay, I thought we had transitioned into like, at the very least lunchtime.
Late lunch. By this point in time, it's close to 11 in the morning, because it was like sun up when last session ended.
Okay. So yeah, it's probably about lunchtime. I'll get lunch started, and we can do question and answer, and then once we've finished eating, we can get on the road, because we've got places that we've got to check before we decide what we're going to do next.
Are you thinking the caravan park?
Well, I was thinking the city near where our next destination is, and he looks at his pip book and then points to Sunrise's pip book, and she's got the actual map. I just know the general location we're going, but
she looks at it and says, yeah, I agree. Unless somebody has an objection, that should be where we head to.
There is a city, as you look on the map, and I'm assuming that you're just kind of showing the rest of the people, or the rest of the party.
Yeah, the city that the caravan was originally scheduled to go to.
The next stop, there was a stop off city, and then a little bit further beyond was supposed to go. But the next stop off city it's maybe 5 miles. It's a pretty short walk.
We'll probably make it there well before sundown.
Less than if you keep a normal walking pace, it will be just over an hour. Because Pony's base walk speed is 4.
Yep, if it hadn't been for the ambush, we wouldn't have hunkered down here. Well, if it wasn't for the ambush and then the magic storm, we wouldn't have hunkered down. So, Nyota looks over at Mina and gestures to everybody else. Well, take a seat. Mina, do you want to help me get something whipped up for everybody?
Oh, I'm sure we can whip something.
Alrighty. Nyota will break out his alchemy set and set aside all of the things for alchemy and just keep the stuff out for cooking.
Alright, who's doing the primary cooking? Is it Nyota or is it Mina?
Considering his disastrous attempt at breakfast, he's gonna look at Mina and go, yeah, I'll prep stuff for you.
Okay, Nyota, roll to assist. Mina, roll to make food for 12.
Did Nyota just demote himself to sous chef?
Considering again.
Oh, crap.
Damn! Roll 20 is not liking us today.
Opposites day.
Okay, so what were you making?
It was lunch. It would probably have been some kind of sandwiches.
Well, it's carbon now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's carbon now.
So you go to make blackened chicken, except you were trying to make chicken cordon bleu. You can roll bluff to pass it off as something that it's not.
Sandwich a la carbon.
You present it with the utmost grace and sophistication.
we put a little garland of something on there. It looks great.
Just a little coriander leaf or something on top of it.
Holy shit.
Shit, I can't find this one image. Perfect for this.
Sunrise doesn't actually know the difference between burnt chicken and not burnt chicken. Looks at it, looks at her, and goes, I'm a vegetarian.
Then you can eat the little leaf.
That's why she's able to pass it off to Sunrise. Sunrise doesn't actually eat the chicken.
You know the leaf is good. Like if that's the entire meal, yeah, it's a pretty good meal. And then it's like served on a pile of ash, but the leaf is good.
The ash is a pretty... Scopolamina, I don't know why you just served me one leaf and a pile of ash. I mean, the ash is a nice garnish, I guess.
Does that mean Mina tried to cook everything using one of her muse?
I mean, you don't exactly have hot plates for meals for 12.
Wait, why are we cooking for 12?
I don't know.
No, it's that Mina attempts to make food for the party and then ends up making food for the party for that meal and the next.
And then proceeds to fail spectacularly at both and winds up serving Sunrise what used to be chicken turned to burnt ash with a leaf on it. And she goes, why did you just serve me one leaf?
What happens when you forget to add water to boil pasta?
The good news is I'm not serving you meat.
Nyota blinks at that a couple of times and pulls out a couple boxes of Blamco mac and cheese and starts reading the directions and following them to the fucking letter.
Okay. Nyota, I will allow you to take a 50 on this and just prepare mac and cheese with water.
He does so.
There is food that is not burnt.
Oh dear.
Feel
Now,
like
Today has just not been a good day for all of us. Well, mostly not a good day. There have been some really bright moments, though.
All I can say is I'm glad this wasn't combat.
Yeah, all 20 is not being nice.
So now that we've gone,
Well, it's been good for me.
and it's just to not chow down on the sandwich regardless.
So at this point, I just want to point out to everyone that Moon, we went purple plaid. Do you still have a plan to get Arvana in here right now?
I do, because you actually haven't. You just think you did.
Okay.
If anything, the smoke billowing out of the window actually means that there's a smoke signal for anybody who wants to come look.
He has a point. I'm not sure I'm okay with it, but he has a point.
I mean, we could always save Arvana's character as Arvana's character is running from a bear.
Fools! Arvana's character wasn't the bear at all! The bear was just get the character!
Alright, so you make mac and cheese as the remnants of Mina's meal are scraped into the garbage or used as plant fertilizer. And a hearty meal with a new party member. And then heading off to the next town?
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone, make sure you're healed back to full. You've rested long enough. You've eaten enough food. Health, not MP. Strain.
MP.
Same difference. How many hours is it before we all set off again?
I mean, we'd probably be arriving shortly before early dinner.
I mean, we should get going almost immediately after we're done eating because we're already blown most of the day.
Or we could all just take a nap for the rest of the day and leave the next day.
Nah, we just finished a massive firefight. The caravan's left. We're the only things here. And if we stick around here too much longer, well, more people are going to come looking.
Yeah, even if you take your sweet time with lunch, by the time you're done, it wouldn't be any later than 12:30. Well, overland walking speed, so figure that if you... So yeah, so the lot of you who have survival roll, or who have survival skills above 10 are able to guesstimate that the next town should just be a short afternoon walk. That you'd be there before dinner.
Okay.
By the way, did the caravan take the caravan with them? Or is he just here?
So, since you were the other one who moved the caravan, Scopolamina, I need you to roll me luck 3 times.
I wonder if we'll get speakeasies thing. That'd be kind of nice.
It's unfortunate you don't have a Pegasus to fly it around.
Crit.
It
Right
is still
on,
parked
and
out
it's-
there. They were unable to really get it to move. There's enough wreckage around there that it seems that they quickly graded it for anything, but the caravan itself is still there.
I'm not sure that we should bother taking it. I mean, I have the dumpster, so. And it has a fridge.
I guess before going anywhere, loot what's left of the caravan of anything useful that we can reasonably carry.
Sounds good to me.
I kind of agree. Just whatever the other ponies didn't take, I guess we're just stuck with.
I feel like asking if they took the butt plug.
If they took the what?
I feel like we shouldn't answer that question.
No, if they took the what?
The plug that he found in the box of electronics that marked sex toys.
Do you want the answer to that question?
Yes and no.
The box of high-tech sex toys is still there. It got turned over and spilled out onto the floor, but it's still there.
Whose box of high-tech sex toys?
It was found in the military base, wasn't it?
No, it was in the caravan. It was part of the caravan. Mythic found it while he was trying to find supplies for when they were all trying to bat in hat.
So now that Mythic, would you go and actually poke around it a bit more, or would you just be like, "Yep, that's a box," and just ignore it?
You know what? I'm gonna be fun. He's gonna go in and he's gonna go ahead and poke around, just out of like insane curiosity.
Every single one of these is like there is somewhere on it. There's a small little cutie mark carved in, and you would be able to match them to one of the pieces that you saw earlier. These are all marked as belonging to Speakeasy. Every single one of them.
Well, somebody had needs.
They're also pretty well cared for.
Chifundo, are you sure you don't want to chase that mare down?
Why me?
I don't mean to offend, but you do have a reputation for the crazy.
Somebody having needs does not make them crazy.
If anything, it would be Mythic chasing after her. Just gonna leave these here.
No, we should take them with us. Somebody will want to buy them for an absorbently large amount of money, especially if they still work.
Slowly looks at.
Back out. And worst case, I can take the batteries out of them and use them to power other things.
Takes the box out of Mythic's hooves and puts it into the dumpster for easy carry.
Thank you, Chifundo.
Naota looks at everybody and holds up a hook.
So hang on. There's actually more. There is more inside this caravan besides a sleeping area and a bunch of sex toys. Everyone who's looking, please give me 2 perception checks.
Yes, Naota?
You know, the harnesses are still there. Give me a bit of time, I could probably figure out how to get this thing going again.
Also, what the fuck, roll 20, double nat 10s. What the fuck? I'm glad one of those was not the right roll.
Poor Chifundo.
Karma seriously wants retribution for that run at the campsite.
And then Naota just proceeds to get a crit, so does Sunrise. Well, seeing as though she hasn't come back for her toys, she's either preoccupied or she might actually be.
We're operating on the assumption that she's 50-50 chance she's dead.
Wait, the mare that sprung this whole trap on it?
Okay, so Chifundo, as you were, so specifically you, as you're going around, since most of everyone would have at least found something, you go to check one of the supply caravans, with a lot of them are deliberating around. And you accidentally trip on just a piece of debris that would have been in there. You end up shoulder first into some of these crates. There's a cacophony of broken glass around you. But
oh no.
It doesn't seem like you actually spilled anything. It doesn't seem like there was any liquid at all in most of these.
Can I work out roughly what the glass was?
Yeah, actually, there's a couple of them that are mostly intact. These are empty glass bottles.
Okay.
Make me an int check, since you kind of found this out the hard way.
I thought it was just the expensive china he just broke.
So, would you continue to look through these crates that you inadvertently shoulder checked your way into?
I'd have a look, see if there's anything,
buried underneath a lot of these boxes, there's a layer, it's not even a full layer, it's half a layer in the back under a few rows. There is actually some usable material, some supplies and some things, but it seems like the bulk of this was just empty bottles. Not even filled with water, just empty bottles and crates. But they've got a certain heft to them, and they make a certain sound.
I'll round them up and carry those outside. Do you think we should take these with us? I mean, they're pretty decent sized glass bottles.
Look them over and see if there's anything useful.
I'm unconcerned with the glass bottles. I'm waiting for the nat 1.
And Nyota still holds up a hoof and goes, the rigging for me to pull this is still intact. We load whatever we can into this, and with somebody's help, I could probably pull this. He pointedly looks at Mythic.
If you want to pull it, all right, but that's up to you two. Just make sure you can quick unhitch yourself if we get ambushed.
It'd only be the one.
You want me to help you pull this thing?
Yes.
Do you have any better ideas?
I'm not objecting to a little bit of hard work, but I'm not exactly strong.
Looks at legs in strength 3.
Yeah.
Looks at small frame in strength 4.
Blinks a bit and looks at everybody else.
Stares and matches right. -2 endurance and 4 strength.
What's your actual end total?
It's actually quite high.
I completely forgot. I'm the only jock in this group.
Yeah, we used to have another one, but he stabbed us in the back. So.
Oh, with your high street score, right?
No, Nyota. You're the only rugby player. I'm track and field.
I'm construction equipment.
I'm the nerd.
He's the one who leads us in Celestia's prayer before the match. And that over there is shot put.
Can anybody take a look at the wheels and whatnot and make sure that, it'd be easier to pull if there's only one cart?
Sure. Dives under the caravan.
I mean, I suppose I could do the thing that Mina does and lift one, or help lift one of these things.
I would suggest putting the harness on the dumpster.
Putting the harness on the dumpster.
Well, the dumpster's going to be a lot easier to pull than one of these caravan wagons.
Either way, we need to get...
Finally. So I meant to do this earlier, Mina, but with everything being a little bit wiggly, it would have taken some time. So what are you doing with the dumpster? You're just kind of throwing it with the thing, or?
Well, I was going to tell everybody that.
Oh, there it is.
What the hell?
No, it's fine. Just glad they're driving by and not stopping.
I was moving the dumpster and I noticed that there's some stuff missing.
What's missing?
Enough supplies for one pony and some clothing.
We thinking the caravan, or are we thinking Martini, or?
It's all fitting of what Martini would wear.
Face hooves.
What a character.
I mean, wait. There's enough clothing and supplies for one pony missing from the dumpster. He carried all of his own supplies.
Yeah, but we had more stuff in there, so.
Yeah, but he carried all of his own supplies.
Yeah, it's quite possible that it was the other Pegasus.
I should point out he did throw a lot of his stuff in the dumpster when he had to take turns helping out with the caravan.
When did you say that in character?
I think he did. I remember him putting stuff in there.
Maybe
because
my
there was stuff
mistake
from the
then.
base. He kept taking uniforms and such too. But yeah, so either he did it or his friend did. Either way, I'm not going to fret over it. Makes more room for the refrigerator.
You know what I find incredibly odd? The fact that we keep finding these small appliances that are jury-rigged with batteries.
You find it odd. I find it very useful.
I'm
Well-
with her. I find it incredibly useful.
Well, yes, but...
Wait, what are you saying? You keep finding the what and then the what?
Small appliances jury-rigged with batteries. I mean,
They're
to
not
be
actually,
fair,
they're
at
not
least
actually, I was gonna say these ones aren't actually jury-rigged with batteries. One of them has got a recharge yourself.
But I mean, on the upside, at least we don't have to pay for it, every week or so.
So is this plate thing easier to pull if Sunrise unhooks the rear trailer?
So, what is mythics, working, strength, and endurance.
All right. So, are you just largely going to compile all of the useful bits into one trailer or into the lightest trailer and then move it?
Yes.
Basically.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Thank you.
So, what's mythics total strength? You know, after negatives and everything.
4.
Wow, really? Okay.
Remember, unicorns fight with magic, not with strength.
True.
However, I mean, I could always just alter physiology both himself and Nyota for that sweet +2 strength, +2 and. Speaking of, hey Moon. Oh no, he's dead.
Rip the moon.
Rip Moon.
Sorry, I wasn't queued up. Yeah, you can. Fucking hell. Yeah, you can compile. Shit. Okay, rip. Sorry, keyboard move. Yeah, you can compile the lot of everything into into one thing and haul up with the trailer. Was that? Yeah, that must have been our marking. Okay, so you were going to carry on towards the nearest town. This isn't exactly
Sounds like
accurate.
it.
Let's see. Snapping. So let's see. I should have done closer to here. It wasn't. Alright, so they'd end up. Yeah. Okay. We're going to control snap ping. Alright. So the map of everything and the direction you were taking you to would lead you to a small town. It's not exactly reset into the mountains, but it's a very small little agrarian town. As you get closer, you can see what appears to be a fairly large wagon. It's not the same size or style as yours. It just appears to be another sky wagon or land wagon. It's hard to tell from this far in this angle. And I didn't forget about the copious amount of passes on that. I just need to go back through and dig out all of the useful things that you would have been able to find. Because they were living in it. Yeah, so you make your way up to this little town, and it's just very simple town. They've got walls erected around the outside. There's the one cart that's, I can't remember if it was inside the walls or outside the walls, but there's a cart that you can just see the top of from where you are. There's a couple of guards, but they're not overtly armored. There don't appear to be towers. It's just nice.
One important detail about the strange wagon: it appears to have a mohawk and smells like bacon.
Ah, yes, thank you. From as far away as you are, you can see that it appears to be sporting a mohawk.
What is sporting a mohawk?
The trailer.
There is a wagon that is sporting a mohawk.
Do we take a look at that or just keep walking?
I mean,
it's in the town that we're going to, so.
I mean, you can go and press X to get more information.
No, you press X to doubt. You press E to inspect.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you press E for more information.
Press E for more information. Spams it too many times and probably breaks the game.
Alright, well, let's, I suppose we should go figure out why that wagon has a mohawk.
I mean, yeah. I can't tell whether to be amused or offended.
Yes.
Oh, I'm amused.
I would say yes.
How is it offensive? There's plenty of things that have a mohawk.
Well, that's why I'm saying I'm debating whether to be amused or offended. If it's got stripes in it, I'll probably be offended if the proprietor isn't a zebra.
I suppose that's fair.
I mean, I feel like every time someone tries to do something to a zebra, I have to be offended for you. And then I'm reminded we have kids.
And I mean, you do have stripes of your own now.
That's also true! God, is this what it's like for you? Is this what it was like for you every single day before you met me?
Also, no, the mohawk does not have stripes. It is a plain black mohawk.
Okay.
Actually, wait, hold on. Let me check something.
But Nyota will look at Sunrise and think about it for a moment. Well, no, I never actually took much offense to, anything really, because, well, even my own kind didn't want me around for very good reason, but eventually you just get used to it.
I'm not going to allow you to be used to it anymore. That's not fair.
The most wildly colored mohawk I've ever seen.
Well, let's go investigate the rainbow mohawk.
Alright, you all walk within range of the wagon with a mohawk. You activate the trap. Everyone takes prismatic spray damage.
Surprise fair!
Moon, I declare Wild Wasteland. I'm way too weird for prismatic spray to do any damage to me.
Well, no. You trigger Wild Wasteland and go Moon. Wrong system. Yeah, it's a tall wagon. Now that you get close, it's clearly something that people could live in. Not comfortably, mind you, but it's something that people could live in. It also doesn't have slave wagon energy, so the living spaces would at least be kind of comfortable.
Man, what's the name of this town?
The town doesn't appear to have a name on the map. It appears to have a marker for town, but
does it even have? Does my pitbuck even have a name for it?
Hold on, do you know what?
So, I was also going to say, I thought we were actually outside of town at the minute with this wagon.
You are not in the town. You can see the mohawk from where you are.
So, anyway, pull up next to the town with the cart that has the rainbow mohawk and the distinct scent of bacon.
It's a more distinct scent when you get close.
I actually elect to fail a willpower check to start drooling.
It would have been a very hard willpower check anyways. Yes, it smells of freshly cooked bacon, and not just a little bit of freshly cooked bacon. Like someone took half a pig and just that much bacon.
Okay. That makes this.
Oh, that's a big ass spider. Wow. All right. Mythic. Not wanting that willpower. So yeah. So you go closer to the bacon-scented wagon.
I mean, why not?
The scent only gets stronger as you get closer.
I am okay with this.
How much bacon are we talking here?
Now it takes a moment to think and smell, and so what's the penalty on that survivalism check there?
To what?
Judge how much bacon has been cooked by scent alone.
Oh, by scent alone, this just smells like an entire storehouse worth of bacon. We're making enough bacon to feed the entire town.
I think it's a trap.
We are easily talking 50 to 60 pounds worth of bacon would be needed to create this kind of miasma of delicious pork scent.
Are you sure you want to know? Because it's a lot.
I'll take your word for it. So, how do we approach this?
We say hi. Generally, we leave it to Sunrise to say hi because she's got a really unique way of dealing with it that usually turns out in our favor. Gestures to Sunrise.
Alright, this I have to say.
Sunrise nods, walks up to the wagon, and knocks. The same way she knocked against the side of the wagon for, this is going to be a real big throwback.
Frida Waffles.
Frida Waffles.
The same way she vowed she would knock on every single door she could just to piss off corners.
Wow, that is really petty.
I said I would do it. I meant it.
And also completely in character.
We are talking like Valley Girl from the Bronx levels of petty. All right, you knock on the wagon. You are greeted with silence.
And bacon. The smell of it, anyways.
Also from this level, I need you to make me a willpower save or start to salivate. It's just so much bacon.
Remember, Moon, vegetarian. Even though she's tried bacon once.
I've watched vegans start to drool when being presented with good cooked bacon.
I'm good. Barely, but I'm good.
Or only just.
Good, with a slight hint of evil.
Yes, good with a slight. But yeah, you knock, no one comes out. You knock again, no one will come out. Your pickup does not detect any life signs inside of this wagon.
She shrugs, looks at her compass. Nyota?
Hmm?
I don't think that's bacon.
And how close to town are we?
Takes a couple steps back. I think whatever creature's in there is baking. Because I don't have any life signs on my pip.
But you don't bake bacon.
No.
You
Nyota.
fry bacon. You don't bake.
Nyota.
Hey,
Nyota.
it's long pork.
Yes. It's Long Horse.
Wow.
Why do we call it bacon? Why don't we call it bacon? Because we fry it, not bacon.
Moon, can Hayes see people checking out the wagon from where he's kind of?
That depends. Where are you holed up? Where are you holed up, Togenon? Are you still
I think he's.
or are you outside the town?
Oh, I think he's found himself a nice shady spot and is just sitting there consuming.
You see a gaggle of random assholes just like about ready to storm this wagon because they think someone died inside of it.
You also see a gigantic fucking trailer because, like, it's a semi-trailer, effectively, being dragged behind a zebra and a very flamboyant unicorn.
Okay.
You watch the Mod Squad roll up with this trailer that's probably lightened somehow, that's a little bit taller than the wagon that you were living in for a bit, but a bit more narrow than the wagon you were living in for a bit.
And Mina's not going anywhere near the wagon. She had no intention to. She's just covering everybody else.
Also, Hayes, your drug senses are tingling.
So, a earth pony with a amber coat and a pink and cream mane and tail approaches, carrying a bucket, and just kind of sits down. Hi, I'm Medicinal Hayes. What's your name?
Nyota holds up a hoof, looks at the new pony, looks at Sunrise, and goes back and forth. Wow.
You just got reverse sunrised.
Nyota, there is no save. Just take a point of sanity damage, because now you know what it's like to be on my side of it.
Now you've got Wander and Sunrise.
Wait.
What did I said? Hold on, and you guys kept going.
We didn't hear that.
Let me hear you.
So,
I think there should be a save to that, actually.
So I've just missed like the last 2 minutes. I have no idea what just happened.
What is the last thing that you heard?
Someone was watching a bunch of assholes about to storm a wagon. That's all I heard.
So yeah, you would have seen this. Go ahead, Hayes. Reintroduce the character.
So, a pony, earth pony, with a amber coat, pink and cream stripe mane and tail, wearing you would probably just see his MOP cloak, wander up carrying a bucket, looks at you guys, sits down, and says,
Hi.
Hi, I'm Medicinal Hayes. What's your name?
Hold.
Will lost that bet.
Sunrise turns around, smiles. I'm wondering, Sunrise. I'm finally glad to meet someone.
Hi. This bag of hugs for $5. Hold.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Wandering Sunrise. Y'all seem.
She then reaches over and corrects Nyota's jaw. This is Nyota. That's Chifundo. That's Scapola. And that's Mythic. Why does your wagon smell like bacon, but it looks like someone died in it and baked alive?
Well, last night we were caught in this weird storm. And when we sought shelter, and when we got up this morning, the dang wagon was spotting a mohawk, and now smells like bacon.
So the mohawk is attached to the wagon.
Yeah. It also sounds like a party popper whenever we started.
As well, I don't remember, Hayes, that should have been. since a lot of you are scoping this thing around, you'd also find a very, it's not overt, it's very stylish and sensible, but the front of the wagon does have a mustache.
Can't see that.
Huh.
So you were caught out in the magic storm?
Yep.
Good to know. Good to meet you. Everything else okay?
Well, just yeah, pretty much. My companions have been attended to, and if you'd be interested in buying the wagon, I'm sure they'd be one to sell.
We might be ending the stream right now because my connection just went to red frizzy and is fizzing out. I'm dropping about 30 frames a second.
Yeah, I noticed her camera was kind of choppy.
Oh, it's not just choppy right now. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's dropping entire seconds worth of signal.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. That's the internet company. I'll have chosen yell at them tomorrow. Just need a timestamp. It is 10:32 p.m. local. Okay, I'm gonna throw thank yous at people. I don't know if our connection will hold. It's going haywire. Glad you made it to the party, Arvana. Insane Scorpion, Drinking Buddy, Sketchy Ribbit, Noteworthy, and Lazabi, thank you all for the tips tonight. Lazabi, holy shit, though I think that they almost kicked you out of being the stream boss. Despite all of that. Arvana, Adagio, thank you guys for the subs as well as purchasing gift subs for a bunch of people. Same thing for you, Drinking Buddy. Carl, thank you for the bits. Everfree, thank you for the bits. Drinking Buddy, thank you for the bits. Carl, thank you. Oh, shit.